quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding the right employee for your company is tough. One wrong hire can be a major setback. You're not alone if you face this. A recent survey by Robert Half shows nearly half of hiring managers readily admit to making a bad hire. Luckily, there's a solution. With Robert Half's specialized recruiter's experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can have the right skilled professional in place quickly. We understand what it takes to build winning teams because at Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Get involved. It's a show where, Doug, friends feel like they can...
Ours is a type of show where friends feel like they can drop by at any time.
What is your Mount Rushmore of ways they can drop by?
Well, they can walk through the studio door, basically.
With fries.
Preferably waffle fries. Would you like a seasonings?
They could bring hot cross buns. Ooh. Would be okay.
1 a penny, 2 a penny.
Hot cross buns. Mm-hmm.
Those weren't real tasty, though. Can I have the raisin on top?
Hot cross buns?
Yeah.
Well,
I feel like they were very tasty.
You don't like raisins?
No.
Oh, gosh.
Doug, kiss me. That's from Dickie Betts. That's how people can get involved.
Here we go. He is not welcome to drop by.
Dickie Betts, sorry, not today. You can just keep texting in the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. What about Rick Majerus' towel in the YouTube chat that says Billikens?
Yes, he may stop by today if he'd like.
So he is welcome, Dickie Betts,
He is
out.
That's correct.
And then people can call in.
At their leisure.
314-974-0101. And Jackson said he woke up loaded for bear today.
I did.
And what was that about, you think?
First time in a couple of days that I've had some pep in my step.
What is it about?
Well, it's just getting
You were
healthy
happy
again.
the Oilers won.
No.
Oh, you.
Come
son
on.
Probably was unaware
That's
of it,
unfair.
honestly, Doug.
Okay.
Come on, I'm loyal to the soil. No, I just I'm getting healthier minute by minute. And today was like the first day in a while where I woke up with some, let's get going.
Let's do this today.
Yeah, feet on the floor.
Big bowl of cereal at about 4 a.m. Apple Jacks.
And you know what that actually was? I forgot to turn my heat back on last night. And so when I woke up this morning, I was in an igloo.
I sleep better that way, baby. I sleep better
I
that
sleep
way.
better like that too, but then getting up, it's like, ooh, God, that's a shock to the system, which is good in some cases.
Guys, it's kind of rude for Doug to keep stringing these guys along. That's from the 314.
Doug Vaughn or Armstrong?
Have I made any flirtatious remarks to any of the listeners, any of them at all?
The male listeners.
If so, I would like to apologize for that. I must have been out of line. I don't recall doing it, but if they say I did it, it must be true.
Kind of a half-assed apology, honestly. Doug, this is always important. Which boy you stroll across at the square dance to pick for the lead. I mean, you've got the Billikens, rah, with a comeback for the ages amongst the foliage in Amherst, Massachusetts. The Blues with an opportunity for a comeback of their own with two third-period goals, and friend of the show, Robert Thomas, with an opportunity to make it 3-1, but alas, he shoots the puck just wide, and they only are able to pick up a point against Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, and the Edmonton Oilers. Oh, look, it's John Morosi with some Nolan Arenado news. And the Board of Aldermen got together and didn't do anything yesterday with the Rams money.
That's probably not news.
So it's a Sadie Hawkins.
Okay. I would say the Blues. I think the Blues would probably be the lead. It was a tough one to let get away.
I just want you to know, just before you walk across and pick the boy you're going to dance with, the square dance for the Sadie Hawkins, that there are some people who take when you don't lead with basketball really personally.
In this room?
I mean, just in general.
Well, no, I think the Blues is the lead.
All right,
that's
then
our
there it
professional
is.
Team. And we're going to speak with Josh Schertz for quite a while later in the show, right?
Schertz was a dormitory in Columbia, Missouri that is no longer with us. Schertz is the guy that co-hosts this program.
Sloppy verbiage.
I think Schertz is still there.
Martin, is Schertz dormitory still?
It's a great question. Is By George gone?
It is.
Is Deja Vu gone?
I don't know about that.
It had an unfortunate nickname as Dirty Schertz. That's what it was called when I was there.
And why was that?
Why?
I don't know. I never stayed in the dorms.
Have fun with that.
Oh, never stayed in the dorm.
Yeah.
I see how it
Called
is.
transferring when you're a sophomore.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Getting ready to break down.
Yeah, you're on
Robert Thomas's
penthouse.
yawning net, but now we're back on Schertz, the dormitory. Doug, the opportunity was there. Maybe you can start to believe. What an opportunity. I mean, kind of after the first period, you're going, this isn't going to happen. Thank goodness for Jordan Binnington. Blues start to get some scoring opportunities going in the second period, trailing 1-0. Here comes the note. Jordan Kyrou with the goal to tie it up. And then, just a couple minutes later, the Blues take the lead. And then you feel like there's the chance to ice it. But maybe Robert Thomas thought, well, the 2-goal lead is the most dangerous lead in hockey.
I don't think that's what he was thinking.
You don't think in the moment he heard your voice?
I said, I don't want to go in there. I don't want to shoot that in. I don't think so. We could ask him at some point. I think Shin had a pretty good shot, too. They really let it get away.
7:05. Let's start firing off texts.
You know what bothered me? I haven't heard anyone else say it. I was there wiping the cheap seats.
Oh, you were there.
Doug was there.
I couldn't really tell who did it. But in the overtime period, about a minute and a half in, somebody's leaving the ice, and the Blues, the puck comes to him right at the Blues goal, and instead of circling back and staying on the ice to maintain possession, he just shot it into the Oilers' zone. They gave up possession intentionally in overtime. McDavid was still on the ice. They come down and score. And
Jim
Edmonton wins
Montgomery
it.
actually referenced that in his postgame.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I've never seen anybody intentionally give up possession on 3-on-3 hockey.
Was it Parayko? And I don't know. I'm not crowdsourcing. I'm blues sourcing.
Well, good news. Jackson's here to give you the answer.
What do you need?
Oh,
Hi, we're doing a show over here. Because I did hear the post game, and I heard
You heard Montgomery say that?
Well, and Parayko explained in great detail what he was thinking, why he was doing it. But sometimes the audio doesn't have the question, so you don't always know for sure what the angle is. But there were multiple cuts on Curbside of Colton Parayko explaining his thinking, and all I could gather was it was that late moment when the puck was sent up ice.
It must have been. Yeah, I don't know what you're thinking could have been. Unless I'm exhausted, I have to get off here. But even then, I think he could probably spend another 5 seconds to get the puck to somebody wearing a blue sweater.
It is a shame because the Blues need to win games, but they actually played well. It was an entertaining game. You got a lot of talent on the other side. You gave up 3 goals, but if you think about it, you gave up a goal with a 5-on-4 advantage. You gave up a goal with the 6-on-5 advantage, and then they beat you 3-on-3. A lot of talent on that team, Doug. A lot of talent over there.
Oh, yeah. Draisaitl and McDavid, 2 of the best players in the world.
That's unbelievable. Draisaitl has 37 goals. We're not even at the Four Nations break, which always marks the middle point for hockey fans.
Four Nations break. Well, I was listening to Martin, as clearly yours were, the Curbside podcast with Chris Kerber, Joey Vitale this morning. And they said it's this simple. The Blues lost that game because the Oilers had Connor McDavid and the Blues didn't. And you saw the difference last night, not just with what he was able to do, but how his presence, along with Draisaitl's, forces teams to focus on them, and then it leaves opportunities for glorious scoring opportunities, as Doug Vaughn coined the phrase years ago on, I believe it was on Chalk Talk. And so the Blues' opportunity to get to 54 points, which would have kept them 5 back of the Canucks, goes by the wayside, and they lose in overtime 3-2. Here is Blues head coach Jim Montgomery on his team needing to close games out at this point in particular in the season.
Our third period was our best period of game. I thought we got first period was not good enough. Second period we got better. Thought we started to develop a lot of scoring chances, and then in the third period, we scored on the power play. We had opportunities to push it to 3-1 a couple of times, and we got to be able to close out games.
No. Well, that's kind of what we just said. Shin had a good
Sounds
scoring.
like you're not happy with the sound.
Well,
sounds like
Shin had a
Are
pretty
you
good.
unhappy with Jim Montgomery? Unhappy with Jackson Burkett?
I guess I'm going to put it on Jackson.
Of course.
Yeah.
Have you lost that pep in your step? Did it take about 8 minutes into the show?
Right when Doug said Blues instead of Billikens is the lead, I died a little inside.
This happens to be the flagship station of the St. Louis Blue Note.
You thought the Billiken should be the lead.
You watched the end of that game?
I didn't.
I
was
get
at
it,
the hockey
pal. You
game.
got ESPN Plus. You're
No, it's
better
all
than
right.
us.
No,
Is that
please.
what that is? You think that was a Horton
Yes.
Watkins?
I didn't mean to.
Didn't live in the
continue.
dorms.
Blues were ESPN Plus too.
Yeah, please continue. I'm sorry.
The quote of the post game, in my opinion, nothing to do with the game, but Braden Shen is talking about where they are, and he said, well...
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
He said, we still got 2 big games left, 2 great opponents. Well, he goes, we got Florida and then Chicago.
He literally
caught himself saying we've got 2 great teams coming in, and then realized the butt-ass Hawks are coming in Saturday, and stopped and said... Well, you got Florida Thursday and, of course, Chicago on Saturday. Because he was just sort of slapping a generic label.
Yes.
We got 2 great opponents coming in.
Good read. I forgot about that one.
It made me laugh.
To it. That is exactly right. Doug, where are the Blues on the just getting hot and winning this baby scale? That's from the 314.
Well, there is no real scale where that's concerned. Sometimes I will look at the Vaughn Index if I could have just a moment to figure that out.
Martin,
and tell you.
I don't know how often you've gotten a chance to watch Doug calculate this. You can use the Russell Crowe Beautiful Mind gif, the Matt Damon while working in janitorial services at Harvard gif, but that's what you're going to see here is Doug calculates this Vaughn Index for the Blues getting hot and winning this baby.
Seems to be very similar to the standings.
You got to be careful on that.
A lot of times it's a coincidence, and it's an indication of just how accurate it is. The Blues are now 11-13-2 at home. This is a goal differential minus. The Vaughn index would be a 53 for the Blues.
No, that's their point total, just so you know.
Is it really? I told you it's pretty much accurate.
Now, I know you're in depth. What do you have for the Utah Hockey Club?
Just to see if
give me
just
all
the
that.
off chance.
Just as a barometer here, where would they be on the
I
index?
hadn't figured it out. Their last 10, I think Utah is 4-4-2 in their last 10.
These guys are so
53 for Utah as well.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Good math, Doug.
I just did.
Actually, that's the same amount of points that they have, Doug.
This thing's starting to look a little...
That's why so many people recognize it as a true barometer of where the teams are
I
in the
think
standings.
Army's got on the wall right now the Vaughn index. Whether they should trade players or not, it's based on the Vaughn index.
114 friends are gathered in the YouTube chat, and one of them starred in Who's the Boss. His name is the delectable Danny Pintaro, and he says, Billikens are the lead, Doug. You fumbled it.
Oh, gosh. Well, could they be co-leads? Could it be tied for first?
But unfortunately, that's just not the way this show, which has been a well-oiled machine built on foundations of show preparation, it's just not the way that it works.
Okay. Well, if so many people would like to chit-chat about the Billikens, we can certainly do that
boy,
at this
Martin,
point.
you see that? You catch that? That's just kind of downplaying it. Wait till Josh Schertz joins us at 9 o'clock as he looks at the foliage
All I
in Amherst,
texted,
Massachusetts.
texted about the great comeback, which it was. You're down 5 with 37 seconds. It's a great comeback. And somebody tweeted back at me and said, UMass, LOL. And then I looked at their profile, all Mizzou.
Oh, wow.
Mocking the old Bills.
Was it
I
the
don't care
Colonel?
who you play. That was a fun game.
Oh, my
fun
God.
game. I had texted co-host Schertz. I didn't know if they were coming back. They spent the night in Amherst. They're rolling to Philly today. We like travel on this show. They'll spend some time in Philly before playing St. Joe, the Hawks. Remember that Hawk mascot has to flap its wings the entire game?
Even in the fight.
And I said to Coach Schertz, I said, wow, fun game. And he wrote back, he said, interesting use of fun game. he said, I have no idea how we won. He'll join us at 9 o'clock.
Friend of the program, Jamie Rivers, at 8 o'clock. You can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:50. And so far, your standings for the month of February. JV golf coach has a win. Buck Swope has a win. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom really was good yesterday. Not good enough. Buck Swope gets the win. Plus, here we go. Jackson Burkett with the news on who won our Listener of the Month.
Oh, nice, yeah.
For the month of January. The Papal Conclave took place yesterday. Jackson has that information right here and right now.
You boys ready?
Yeah.
Pestis from Festus.
Oh, my goodness. You know, I didn't know how the Papal Conclave would react to somebody campaigning for it. But Pestis from Festus wins the TMA Listener of the Month for January 2025. And that now puts him in the running to be the TMA Listener of the Year at our year-end award ceremony, which will, of course, be held at Busch Stadium in December.
You think we're going to need that much space?
Champions Club.
I see. Okay.
Will Dan Marshall have media availability?
Yeah, I imagine.
Okay.
Sat trucks and such.
I know I've asked this before, and I'm embarrassed I don't remember the answer.
Yeah, crowdsourcing.
Does a fella get something for being Listener of the Month?
Sure,
What does he get?
absolutely. Sweet little prize pack.
And what would be in that?
A sweet little prize pack.
I changed so like this because it's a new year. It's like it's a different kind of prize pack. So I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, I don't think we know
this
if he
is
gets anything.
like there's no way for me to look good. I explain it and everyone looks at me with dead eyes.
You're supposed to have all the answers.
You answered with such certainty that Doug, understandably, has to follow up. Yeah, I mean, it was nice. I'm going, okay, I think he's got something. I don't know. I think he's got pocket tens. You know, there's a king on the board, so he knows he might have fallen behind there. But, okay, he's confident. And then Doug understandably followed up, and then you felt like you were let down. I could tell.
A little bit.
Or you okay?
Just to be determined.
No,
The prize is to be determined. Don't get upset.
I'm not upset.
If there is not a prize pack, I'd like to buy.
There is a
Pestis
prize
something.
pack.
There is.
I don't want any confusion. There is absolutely a prize pack.
Okay.
The exact contents of what is in there, I am not 1,000% positive. If I say something that's not true, that's a bad look. If I don't say anything on that and just say prize pack, I can't lose.
Okay, but there truthfully is a prize pack.
100%.
Okay.
Martin, as you might be learning now, rejoining the program, that the audience they're just not happy about a number of things. And Martin's dangly bit says, "What an absolute joke! The old blind guy begs for it, and then he gets it. Geese, can I host the show one day?" That's from Martin's dangly bits.
No.
Geese, can I host the show?
Geez, he was saying.
No geese can host the show.
It's Geese. How would you pronounce that?
S-E. Well, that is geese. Geese is G-E-E-Z. Jeez.
Ask Jeeves. Seems antiquated.
We just
now.
like Pestis. We like him.
Yeah,
And let's
clearly.
remember the words of Skip Irwin Braverman. It takes a good winner to be a good loser.
Think about that, Doug.
Right, okay.
That's a good saying.
Arbor Day says the Listener of the Month award has become the Nobel Prize for guys whose wives want them to talk to someone else. That's from Arbor Day, who has won Dexter of the Year each of the last 2 years here on this program. And he says it's the Nobel Prize for guys whose wives want them to talk to someone else.
Well, I have a carport.
What's that have to do with it?
I don't know.
I think Pestis' wife could be a potential listener of the month.
You can call in with your thoughts, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Design Air, sponsor of the email of the day, the morning after. At InsideSTL.com, that's Seth Goldcamp, and Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Any issues with your heating service, here's what you do. You just go online at DesignAirService.com, and they will be out there quick, fast, and in a hurry. And there's also a chance that if you're at a Billiken's game and you don't have great seats, Seth Goldcamp will find you, and he will then take you down to sit courtside, because that happened anecdotally
Sure did.
to Chairman Kurt on Friday night at the Blizzard game between the Billikens and the Dayton Flyers. So Seth Goldcamp, I would describe him as omnipotent. Doug, this is a guy who will get you courtside seats and also fix your heater, and possibly with one phone call he can do both. He's online at DesignAirService.com, the longest running sponsor on TMA. I'm a Design Air Heating and Cooling client. Doug's a Design Air Heating and Cooling client. Martin Kilcoyne's a Design Air Heating and Cooling client. Why don't you become one as well at DesignAirService.com. Tune in next week as TMA broadcasts from spring training all week long. We will be live from Roger Dean Stadium with all the latest news, notes, guests from Jupiter, Florida. Don't miss TMA live from Cardinal spring training all next week on 101 ESPN, brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts. Doug, Jackson, and I flying on Saturday. Martin flying on Sunday, and I'm looking forward to an opportunity to spend time with my friends who we get to work with here on TMA, Doug. Our friends.
Well, co-workers mostly.
Martin, I say friends.
Wow. It's hurtful, Doug.
Doug always dismisses it, and it is hurtful.
Where's the Super Bowl watch party?
Yeah.
I don't know. Will we go somewhere, or you think we'll get TV in this place where we're staying?
Rachel's. Woot, woot.
Well,
What is that, 995 and 45th Street?
I don't know.
Maybe swing by Moe's? Hey, got the game on?
You think he would mind?
Yeah, greatly.
So we will be down there next week doing the program. TMA returns for the first time since 2020 to what was the picnic table. But Martin, now there's like a few like circular tables that they set up for the media to do interviews.
Yeah, I'm not entirely clear what the setup will be, other than we're leaving the pee-pee talk behind. That was the only directive I was given.
Why has Martin always got a different schedule? He's not a team player. That's from Mr. Big Cream. Martin, would you like to tell Mr. Big Cream that you're not a team player because you're not flying to Florida on Saturday?
Saturday night, father-daughter dance, family duty.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Family man, family.
Mr. Big Cream, does that
is that
suffice?
allowed?
It's frowned upon.
I'm in the news, sweetheart.
Yeah, there's Chuckles Marlowe. I mean, he's in local news. Honestly, from my specific standpoint, and Doug, I didn't know you were coming down on Saturday. I just thought it would be good for Jackson, who has never been, to get down there, and since I've been there many times, as has Doug and Martin, but my wife is joining us on the trip, so that allows us to have another day. But in addition, I knew that I thought it would be important for Jackson to get to Roger Dean Stadium on Sunday, meet some of the people, and do a test run for the broadcast on Monday. Because, Doug, as you know, producer Joe went down there one time, about a week early, actually, for our friends at Pocket 2, I think. I don't know if that correlated or not. And unfortunately, he showed up in linen pants and right on the anus proper, there was a blood stain. And that led to what was an awkward deposition, an awkward moment for both producer Joe and the Cardinal organization. Joe said he fell on a dumbbell.
In the weight room at the hotel.
That's correct.
Fell on a dumbbell.
And he said he had a scab, and when he fell on the dumbbell...
You shouldn't work out in linen pants.
How can I prevent my anus from bleeding?
Well, don't fall on the dumbbell.
So, this is something to keep an eye on for all members of the program's pant on Monday morning. Jackson, because it was, a decade and change ago that producer Joe showed up to test the equipment and arrived at Roger Dean Stadium with blood on his pant.
Watch your scabs, gentlemen.
Luckily, I don't own any white linen pants. Doesn't really go great with my complexion. Try to have some contrast.
You might be invisible if you put them on.
Yeah, so luckily I'll avoid that. But I'll try to, maybe I'll double up underwear or something.
Spring training is a great short vehicle. Put on some shorts, except Joe didn't wear shorts because he was embarrassed.
Like a rule?
No, producer Joe didn't wear shorts because he was embarrassed. Remember the barbed wire tattoo?
Oh, that is a nice callback.
I thought he had that removed.
I think he may have had it since he did get that done. And Doug, do you remember what day he got that barbed wire?
Heavens, no.
The same day of the flea kicker, Missouri-Nebraska. Was that November 8th, 1997? And if I'm not mistaken, you two played the Dome that night.
Okay.
In downtown St. Louis. And
was that the Fly? Was that the Fly tour?
That would have been the Pop Mart tour. Pop Mart tour. And Joe always would share with us that he got that barbed wire tattoo on his ankle. The same day as Chevin Wiggins kicked it to Matt Davison, and Larry Smith was in tears on the sideline, but not at that play, but when Corbin Jones outstretched his arm over the goal line to begin the process of shocking the world that, alas, would go down as one of the most heartbreaking defeats in Missouri history. Tigers and Volunteers tonight in Knoxville, and you can guarantee it that Jackson Burkett will be locked in and screaming at his television because he hates the Volunteers.
No screaming. Got to protect the voice, but I'll be fired up.
Got to protect the moneymaker, huh?
Yeah, well, it's a little more fragile than it has been over the past couple of years, so I gotta.
Oh, for heaven's sake!
I do. I have to keep it safe.
Look at Dainty Dan over here, huh?
You gotta look out for your artillery.
Pipes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But the free roll is a free rolling game. It's a big.
Is that right? You don't care if they lose?
Well, no, I do, but in terms of the season,
that's a loser's mentality.
I gotta agree with Doug on that.
Well, no,
you play to win the game.
That's right.
You win
Edwards.
each and every game if you can.
No, I'm saying. Obviously, I want Missouri to beat Tennessee more than I would want them to beat, Mississippi State last week. But because of what they've done over the past couple weeks, they've afforded them an opportunity to lose a road game against a top 10 team. That's all I'm saying.
But what do you mean by afforded? You talk about in terms of getting a Torre?
In terms of being in a comfortable position. Teams lose on the road all the time.
Yeah,
teams
but
way worse
why
than
don't we see if we
Tennessee.
get ourselves a number 1 seed?
It's going to be tough.
Of course it's going to be tough. But I didn't set out at the base of Mount Everest thinking it was going to be easy, did I? I want to get to the summit. I want to do something that's never been done before,
Because it's hard.
Because it's hard.
I absolutely don't get this confused. I want Missouri.
Enjoy your 11 seed and first round exit.
Nonsense.
F me.
You don't
I'm tired of it.
You don't get.
I'm tired of it.
Jeez, I hope we only lose by 20.
You don't get an 11 seed by beating Florida and Mississippi State on the road. There's no 11 seeds for that. You've cleared that.
They're at least a 7-8 right now, right? You're looking.
They lose out. They're 7 or 8.
I'm just saying if that's their bottom right now, 7-8.
I would say 7-8's the floor.
What the F is this mentality? That's from the 314.
Oh my God.
Oh, that was it. That one landed a jab.
Call in
So I go all fired.
Kurt is waiting
So
for
I
your call.
scream and go crazy when they beat Kansas. Everyone calls me a loser, and then I make like a rational take about the
Well,
game
the
tonight.
screaming and going crazy against Kansas wasn't on the program. You went outside and started yelling.
Yeah, but I told the story on the program, and I was called a loser, and I gave a rational take about tonight's game, and then I'm called, a sissy. That's nonsense.
I don't believe anybody used that term, mainly because that was something that Tony Dow and Jerry Mathers would have used and probably been scolded by Hugh Beaumont, wouldn't you think?
I would think he would.
Well, I have the shackles of the FCC on me, or else would I use something else?
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Edmonds didn't have it.
it's true.
That's right.
When I talk about affording yourself an opportunity to not worry about it, yeah, he has.
How come Jackson never gives updates on the WNBA or Unrivaled? Why does he hate women? That's from the 314. Doug, how about that? That's a fair question.
Serious
WNBA
charge.
is not in season right now, and Unrivaled, I honestly have not watched yet, so.
Okay.
Not good
So
enough.
you're saying the only reason you don't give WNBA scores is because they're not playing?
Currently, and I have given WNBA scores before.
There you go.
Clip that during
off.
Balloon Party.
All right.
The Balloon Party days.
We were the flagship of the Indiana Fever on Balloon Party.
Yeah, that was like Big Mercury time. Sophie Cunningham going to play with Caitlin Clark, though. That's pretty cool.
The Bridgeton landfill fume huffer is in the YouTube chat, Doug, along with 170 other friends. And he says, Jackie is right, but he's not saying it in a good way. They're playing with house money tonight. So there you go. The Bridgeton landfill fume huffer is on your side.
Free rolling and house money are different things. That's like the exact same thing. I said it's the exact same thing.
All right.
I believe he agreed with you, the texture.
He said I said it in a bad way.
Right.
I wonder if Coach Gates will gather the players and say, it doesn't really matter what happens tonight. We're just free rolling here.
We are playing with free money. If we win tonight, great. If we don't, Jackson says we are fine. He kind of speaks in a...
Ask Dennis Gates is going to be a new
He
segment.
has a loud speech pattern.
But there isn't an adjustment on tone or pitch, I know.
Not really. Do you know what seed they were 2 years ago, Jax? Do you remember?
Well, that's a good question.
7. They were 7.
They
'cause
were a
played
7.
Utah
Against
State at 10.
Utah State, and you were looking at the bracket and seeing Arizona lurking in the second round, and you knew it was going to be tough. But then all of a sudden, there's Princeton and Pete Carell and those backdoor passes.
Carell was
Princeton?
He was. Did a great job.
That game still stinks.
Konza was an 8. Konza was a 9.
Man, yeah.
They were a 2.
8 in 2018.
They were 2 that one year. They were
2 in 2012, yeah. Don't talk about what happened after that.
There's your back. Calm down, pal. That's from Don Peepee.
Apologies for being a little defensive. I'm conditioned.
If I was a 28-year-old pale virgin, I'd be grumpy too. That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson, and that's the thing. When they notice that they land a jab, Doug, at that point, then they just start firing uppercuts.
Yes,
it's like a Tyson fight. Oh, he's hurt. Let me finish him off 90 seconds in. And sometimes Michael Spinks would abide. He would.
And
Don't
just lay
age
down and say, don't hit me again, please.
Don't age me. I'm 26 years young.
Yeah. Big birthday party coming up here in a month, though.
I don't really do birthday parties like that.
You'll be 27?
What?
Like a big birthday party.
Big blowout.
Yeah.
Just get together with friends.
Sure.
Maybe Fuddruckers.
Dinner.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Little cheeseburger.
Build your
Age
own
27, that's supposed to be your peak year in professional sports.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Your year
I guess
27.
depending on the sport. Yeah. Agreed.
Missouri is plus 400 and minus 10. It's free money. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup. I imagine Lady Sonia meant plus 10. Missouri's getting 10 points tonight? Is that right?
That would be surprising. But Zakai Ziegler is playing, and the other starter who was out there tonight is playing for Tennessee. So
Darnell Coles.
Darnell Coles. So they're going to be fully loaded. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to win against Rick Barnes in
They're
Knoxville.
getting 9.5. Lady Sonia's Teacup in 9, baby. How about that?
That's a big number.
That is a big number, and I see plus 365 on my money line, but I'm dealing with a high school bookie, and this guy's a problem.
My cousin, who's a huge Volunteers fan, I've already bet him on this game. I bet $20 straight up. I said straight up.
Wow, kind of flashing the wealth in the listeners'
So
faces.
if people think I have any doubts, I put my money where my mouth is.
But who's it $20 on? Tennessee?
Missouri.
Okay.
Kidding me?
You ever put up the prize pack if you didn't have cash available? This prize pack is on the line tonight.
How about this, Jackson? This is going to lift your spirits after these listeners. You announced that you were in a good place, and what they wanted to do was bring you down, brother.
God.
Morning, Jackson and friends. Have a good day. It's from Lisa.
Yeah, that's nice.
How'd that feel?
She's a gem. You always
She
say
is
on
a
Balloon
gem.
Party, she's a gem.
Lisa is a gem. Yeah, she's
In
great.
the darkest of our nights on Balloon Party, and Doug, let me tell you, it was dark.
Yeah.
Lisa would always arrive, and Jackson would say, "You know what? She's a gem."
She was a lighthouse, is what she was.
She's a
in
lighthouse.
this dark,
In the
stormy
darkness.
night.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Did you screenshot the text line the first day of Balloon Party with people saying, "What in the hell?"
Yeah, yeah.
That was tough.
That was tough. That was tough. That's exactly right. Tough. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to participate in the program. 314-974-0101. That's the phone line. Then you got the text line. And then you can tell Jackson, Chairman Kurt, and they'll save your name in there. And if your name is saved, what I would tell you is this. It increases the chances of getting read. Okay? That's just a little pro tip. Do with it what you want. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Then you got the YouTube chat where friends gather like John Scores in there. That's a lot of points. Might have to take Mizzou in the points. John Scores has just released his play, and he is a sharp. So he is on the Tigers tonight against the Volunteers. There is some Nolan Arenado news of note. And I feel like it's the first time I can say that in a long time. We'll have that for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN, but alas, it also airs on YouTube. YouTube.com/TMASTL. The studio cameras are sponsored by the Air Alliance team. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls. 314-974-0101. Doug, Nolan Arenado news?
Okay, let's hear it.
John Morosi, so a legit source on the Twitter tweets. The Red Sox and Cardinals have had recent communication about Nolan Arenado, according to a source. If the trade talks move forward, they could have implications for Alex Bregman's market. Of note, Cardinals exec Chaim Bloom has knowledge of Boston's prospects. And I'm sure some might say, what is he really saying there? But that indicates to me that there is some form of communication. And Martin, we have talked about multiple times on this Red Sox thing. The Cardinals and Arenado have indicated perhaps that Boston would be a trade partner that would make sense. Arenado via his agent and the communications that have been sent out. But the Red Sox, when asked about it, haven't necessarily done so. And I think that Morosi tweeting that indicates that there's at least something there. And perhaps the Red Sox are going, okay, the Bregman thing isn't going to happen. We're going to move in the Arenado direction.
And I guess the Sox GM over the weekend said we're looking to add a right-handed bat, so that furthered a little fuel to this. And it's possible they weren't all that intrigued in Arenado a month ago, but now they're sitting here going, okay, maybe Bregman is going to go to the Cubs. Who knows? The Astros said it in the past tense that he's gone. Basically, they've referenced him being gone, so that's – I don't think we expected him to go back to Houston. But I think the Boston thing is – it's a good spot for Arenado. The question is still going to be, what's the deal? Are the Cardinals willing to just say, just take him and we'll pay? What's that number that they would have to eat in order for him to be happy elsewhere? There's got to be a number they have in mind that says, all right, half. More than that, forget it. If Boston's interested in Arenado, great, but what are they willing to pay? I still think that's going to be a hurdle.
As I understand it, the Cardinals are on the hook for $24 million for Arenado this year.
So he's got $74 million in the next 3 years.
Yeah, but so about 24.
Yeah.
So if they got rid of half of that, that'd be 12. That's not a huge salary in today's baseball. Obviously, I don't know if that's too much for them.
Yeah, I don't know what their number is.
So I think there's a sliding scale, and I could be off on this because clearly the Cardinals don't have a whole lot of leverage here. But
they haven't said they're trying to trade him.
Now, see, I saw John Mozeliak interviewed, and he said it was priority number 1, 2, and 3.
But not 4.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. You know what? That makes sense.
Thank you for coming around on this.
That if the Cardinals were to pick up more money, then does that have a direct correlation with getting a better prospect in return? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, you would think, yeah. You'd think it would.
But at the same time, if you're another organization going, yeah, you guys don't want him. We know he doesn't want to be there. Therefore, this is it. Take it or leave it. You're 5 days away from having a really awkward situation in your camp.
Yeah. It's not likely that they're going to come away with a player that's ready to go in the major leagues or be any kind of a difference maker. That's pretty unlikely. Any way you look at it, I think they'd love to get rid of at least half that salary and maybe get a couple of low minor leaguers that have a shot somewhere down the line to make the roster. I don't think they could do any better than that at this point.
But I agree with the premise. The more that the Cardinals are willing to eat and pay for him to play for them, then you say, all right, that, middle reliever you were trying to throw us from Double-A, that's not going to cut it. If we're going to pay $37 million or whatever the number ends up being, potentially, I think you're right. I think then the return goes up. I think the Chaim Bloom thing shouldn't be dismissed either. Last year, remember, they picked up Ryan Fernandez. Nobody knew anything about him, but he was in the Red Sox organization. Bloom had knowledge. Kitteridge came from Tampa. Bloom had knowledge. So I think that part of it is intriguing, that if they were looking for something to pick off from the Red Sox, that Bloom would certainly be somebody who would know what they have to offer. I just hope it gets done because it's getting embarrassing, or it already is? Doug, is it getting embarrassing, or it is embarrassing?
Well, not for me. It isn't embarrassing.
Okay.
It might be for the Cardinals. I'm not
Does
humiliated
your
by
mere
it
presence on this program embarrass you?
at all. A little bit. Yeah, that does a
Did it
little
come
bit.
up at the game last night? Did people say, "Hey, Doug, embarrassed to see you"?
Yeah, did
because
guys flirt with you last night?
Yeah, a couple times.
Nice.
A couple of guys tried to put me on their dance cards. I just don't see how the Cardinals have any leverage in this at all. I think they might trade him and get next to nothing if they could get rid of half the salary at this point.
it might not be a 30 for 30. Tim, this might be a 15 for 15, but
More of a brief little hit.
maybe a 10 for 10. But what did they know going into the offseason? Because confidence was high down there on Clark Street that they would get this done. And maybe the Houston thing was sort of a handshake deal ahead of time, but they seemed to have a lot of confidence that they'd be able to move him and not have to eat a ton of money. And I don't know if it was all based on Houston. But once that blew up in their face, because he said no, I think they went back to square one, and there just wasn't a market for him. And I think there wasn't a market that Arenado and his agent thought would be out there.
Don't you think they would have gone to him before they talked to the Astros and said, would you go to Houston?
Yeah. My guess is that they did. Apparently, the Kyle Tucker move, when the Astros traded him, and the timing of that was really bad because the Arenado thing was moving forward, and I think he was okay with it. And then when they traded Kyle Tucker, I think he got spooked and thought, well, maybe this is another team that doesn't have the throttle down. This is another team that's not totally in it to win it. And what am I doing? I've been in the league 10 years. I'm 33. I want to win. I think that particular move is what led to him saying no.
May have been. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Because I'm sure there's a lot of negotiations that go back and forth to try to create a deal between the two teams. And for them to go through all that effort.
Yeah, I think Martin's exactly right. It was the Kyle Tucker
and not have
thing.
that,
I think
because he wants to win, and if he thinks it's another organization that's kind of peeling back a little bit, then it's like, what am I doing here? Although, I think, didn't Edmonds reference playing in Houston? He thought it'd be a great spot.
Oh, yeah, he said, if I were Arenado, I would have loved to have hit in that ballpark because it's such a joke, especially for a right-handed hitter. I mean, God, how many times, specifically that ball against the Phillies in Game 1 in 2022, that he did crush, and it was a warning track out. Down the line in those Crawford boxes, a pop fly is a home run.
Mm-hmm. And Houston did win its division again last year. It's a pretty good team. If Houston's not good enough for you, there's only a couple teams that are.
The Arenado saga is so depressing. Just a few years ago, the entire fan base was so fired up by his arrival. Now his departure is just a macro depiction of how far the Cardinals have fallen. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson says is attractive, but for the record, he's not attracted to.
I don't know why you keep saying that.
Well, it's clear you have to have the distinction.
Okay. Would you have an opinion like that on all the people that text in?
Only if I've met them.
Okay.
Well, I didn't find them attractive, I just wouldn't say anything.
Is there anyone else you find attractive that you'd like to tell us about now?
That wouldn't be bad.
Huh. Well, give me a second on that.
It's a bit clear the air Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's like anybody?
Sure. This is going to be good, Doug. That's a great question.
Well, thank you.
Do you have any music you want to play? Do you have Chris on hold? Maybe a little elevator music?
I don't know what you...
I'm looking at my phone. Chairman Kurt communicates with me for the callers.
While you
via my
ponder
phone.
this.
Deke Dotham has always been a handsome guy.
Wow.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah.
How about Sesame Timbers?
Don't know if I've met them.
Okay. Doug's Prison Wallet?
I was looking in the text inbox and just rattling them off.
It's kind of like the Vaughn Index. It's right in front of it.
Alan Dadeville, handsome guy.
How about the Horny Baker?
Horny Baker?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was a banker. He's a baker?
It says Baker.
I think it's a typo on the text line.
That's probably my fault. Never met the gentleman.
There are a bunch of guys in here who are making name change requests, or no, they have
It's
phone
first
numbers.
week of the month. Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, so you're going to be busy. So if you want your name changed in this Air Comfort Service text inbox, text it in. Jackson says in the first week of the month, he'll change it. But once it's the second week, he will not take your request.
Correct.
I don't know why the policy
either.
exists. I just know that it exists.
Just to, otherwise it would be anarchy, total lawlessness. I have to, play down a little bit of rules.
This is a big moment for 101 listeners familiarizing themselves with this presentation. This is your chance to text in and get your name changed in the Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646. Peg Diaz says, let's talk Mom's Deli. I got to tell you something. Doug?
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew it, but I was there on Sunday to pick up some sandwiches for the family.
Oh, yeah.
And I wake up this morning, Chairman Kurt sends his links over, and the first link was, I think the link maybe is overstating the situation, but St. Louis favorite Mom's Deli set to shut doors. And then you read the story, and then you actually read the sign on Mom's Deli, and that's not really what it says. It says they're looking for a new location.
Right. Didn't their lease expire?
Right.
Yeah.
So shutting doors makes it sound like it's closing.
Mm-hmm.
And
they're shutting those doors.
Right.
Yeah.
I think if the headline were St. Louis, sandwich location looking for a new spot, I don't know if it gets as many clicks.
Now, is that on Jameson? Is that
It
what
is.
it is? Okay, I know where it is. All right.
How long have they been at that location? So they don't own the building, obviously.
47 years.
And still don't own it.
And the lease is up, and they're moving. I would think if you're the building owner, you would want that tenant. That's a pretty consistent.
I would agree with you.
That's a pretty reliable tenant.
Here's what I would tell you. I think it's a play.
By the landlord?
No.
Or by Mom saying, we'll move?
No, I think it's a play, and I respect the play, by the way.
Because it's not a building that you would think would lead to a lot of other business opportunities.
I would agree with that. It hasn't been used for anything else in 47 years, so maybe they're like, it's time to test the market. I've enjoyed my time playing in front of the best fans in baseball. However, let's see what's doing elsewhere.
Isn't it kind of a residential area surrounded by homes rather than other businesses?
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
John Morosi says they're in talks with Cottleville.
See, there you go.
Are they really?
Yeah. Moms?
Some French fries and gravy, sir.
Well, we would welcome them in Sunset Hills.
So you're recruiting Mom's Deli to Sunset Hills?
Why do you hate the city, Doug?
Keep them in South City.
Well, if they're being run out of their building, Sunset Hills has open arms.
Now we got a problem in the text inbox. Peg Diaz, who said, let's talk Mom's Deli, says, I'm not Peg Diaz, Powder. I'm Dirty Chewbacca. And so now we have wrong names in the text inbox, and here we go.
A lot of entitlement.
happens.
Boy, is there some entitlement.
Boy, is there some entitlement. That's the title of the segment, Jim.
I don't work for you, Diaz.
There you go.
So the fact that Mom's Deli might move after a half a century is not really the story anymore. It's the nickname of the texters. Got it.
Reporting it.
That would be a shame, though. I'd hate to see that one. That's a fixture right there.
Alan Dadeville with this report, Martin.
Okay.
I was at Mom's yesterday, and I was shocked. The cashier said they should know quickly where they're going. Alan Dadeville. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, the story reports one thing, but what's really going on with the story, the headline, I should say, our
Well,
industry
it's
sucks.
because Sunset Hills is such an attractive location.
So you think they are moving to Sunset Hills?
Well, I'm just saying we would welcome them with open arms for sure.
Guys, it's the perfect spot for that Rascal Flats bar that got away from downtown St.
that's
Louis.
true.
That's Manute Bowl eligible.
The neighbors would love that.
No, I disagree. Keep that out of my neighborhood.
That is your turf. Do you have any sources, Chairman?
No, and no offense to Moms, but I'm more of a LeGrand's guy. That one would hurt if the same fate was going to happen to LeGrand's.
LeGrand's is where was Binder's tomboy when I was a tyke dog, and that's where we would grocery shop.
Can
And
I have
feel
a
like
street,
that makes
please?
me like a child of like the Cinderella Man era. That
Donovan.
would be on Donovan.
Just inject that Legends Club right into my veins, Doug.
Oh,
I'm a big LeGrand.
give me a landmark there. I don't know where Donovan
There's a
is.
fire station right there. There's a Southwest
Drive-in donut is right
Donut
across the
drive-in.
way.
Oh, okay.
Donut drive-in.
All right.
Right across the way.
Tony La Russa right there.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's inverted on accident. We turned a Hall of Fame manager into a dyslexic by just doing a bit. LeGrand's, when you were a kid, Tim, probably was rows and rows and rows of groceries.
That's exactly
and then
right.
over the years, they would just take out a row, do a little more deli business.
That's
take out
exactly
a row,
right.
a couple more tables, and just the shrinking rows.
I've anytime, and it's already happening in the text inbox, people naming their favorite sandwiches and then attacking other sandwiches, and it's always kind of fascinated me. But when the program's been around as long as it has, I recognize the trends. I, as somebody who grocery shopped literally as a kid at LeGrand's, and then also went to Mom's Deli throughout my childhood, I didn't understand why some would find it you have to choose one or the other, like I'm a blood or a crip, by my sandwich shop allegiance. But I got to be honest with you, I enjoy both of them, and that's not trying to play. It's just like, if I'm in the mood, a Legend Club is where I'm going to go at LeGrand's, and then like I got on this past Saturday, I got a Dad Special. You know, at the Mom's Deli. But I like the Moms, too. I like the Moms, too.
Okay.
I like the muscatoli. These are personal preferences. Some people like some things. Some people like other things. Think about what I just said to you.
But it should be some people don't like other things, right? Some people like things. Some people don't like other things.
Martin?
Isn't that the quote?
Hold on.
I don't know, but I'm thinking about going to LeGrand's for lunch. This is all. I'm going to get that slap shot. Is that, Tim, is that the turkey salami with cheese warmed up?
I think that might be right.
And then there's an Edmonds, which is full of bologna.
Oh, no.
Sick. I'm bringing Mom's Deli to Ladue. The deal is already done. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Well.
And so there is some breaking news. According to the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, she is moving Mom's Deli to Ladue.
I think
we're going to need a second source to corroborate that.
All
right. So, Doug, we will monitor that report from our January email of the month winner. You are welcome to call into the program. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of our phone lines. Jamie Rivers going to join us coming up at 8 o'clock. Josh Schertz, fresh off of that incredible comeback win. He's going to be with us at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:50. There is your dossier for today, and that dossier is brought to you by Stiefel, new sponsor here on TMA. Great to have Stiefel on board TMA on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Here on TMA, the name of the game is to support the sponsors. That's why the show has been on as long as it has been, and we get to know our sponsors, and the sponsors get to know that the name of the game with the listeners is to be accessible, and that's what Stewie at Stewart's American Mortgage is. His number is 314-324-4440, and that's his personal cell phone. Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage with us now here on the program. And Stewie, let's talk about rates. What's going on with these rates right now?
Well, Tim, interest rates are falling a little bit. Now, you got to be very careful. Recent economic reports came out showing that employment is softening a little bit. So all of a sudden, interest rates are dropping. Nervous about with the tariffs. This can be a short. The advantage of working with us is that we actually monitor the interest rate for you. So we had a customer yesterday. We closed them 6 months ago. Interest rates were higher. We called him and said, hey, you can save 0.5%, translate to $150 a month on your payment for free with the bagel loan right now. Later on, a week from now, interest rates will pop right back up. That's the environment we're in right now. He took it, he grabbed it, he's going to save $150 a month. Bam. So we watch out for you if you're a customer of ours. If you're not, call us. We can tell you what we can do for you, and then become a customer of ours, and we'll watch for you in the future.
There it is. Stewie can do that for you. You can call his personal cell phone right now, 314-324-4440, 314-324-4440, or Google the Bagel Loan. Thanks, Stewie. Have a great day.
You too.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues lose last night, final score of 3-2. The Edmonton Oilers. We have Jamie Rivers on the line on the other side of the break to talk about it. Blues are off tonight, back in action tomorrow night as they take on the Panthers. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
I got to tell you something, Doug. The Stiefel dossier produced by Jackson Burkett said Jamie Rivers, 8 a.m., and he wants it 8 a.m. sharp. I'm just reporting.
Okay.
Well, it's 8 a.m. sharp here, according to Clarkson Jewelers. Our time check is sponsored, and Jamie Rivers joins us right at 8 a.m. Jamie, this Jackson Burkett runs a tight ship.
Well, somebody's got to over there, Tim. I mean, come on. I mean, you guys get distracted pretty quickly. You know how it works.
Nah, that is, I'm doing key bumps of Adderall constantly, and it still doesn't work.
Did we go from the Billikens to sandwiches?
Yes, very
in
quickly.
About 10 seconds.
Very quickly. That's exactly right. Jamie, thank you for putting up with the nonsense. And then today we actually are stunningly on time. Man, I'm telling you, I don't know how you come away from that one last night, because you go into it and you see the first period and you're going, oh boy, this could get away pretty quickly. Binnington keeps a minute. And then by the end of the game, you're going, oh, man, that was an opportunity to carry over some momentum from the win on Sunday. And instead, I think probably in particular what stands out is the Thomas Smith's opportunity to make it 3-1. And an opportunity goes by the wayside. I'm curious, from somebody who played the game and is traveling with the team on a regular basis, to be on the call of the game, how you see it.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to lie. The first period, I was watching it last night. And it was a national game. We weren't working it.
Right.
And I thought to myself, whew, good thing I'm not working this one, because there's a lot to be desired in that first period. And you look at it one of two ways. Either you look at it as the Blues weren't ready to go, or the Oilers were just shot out of a cannon, basically. And I think it's a little bit of both. You know, and when people question or ask, why are they not ready to go? Why are they not ready to go? It's a term that's used, and not ready to go doesn't mean like the guys are like thinking about, I don't know, what they're going to go buy on Amazon later on in the night or whatever. Like, it's nothing like that. It's the team that finds their game first is technically ready to go. And so for the Blues, when they start slow, again, it's not like they're not wanting to play the game of hockey. It's just that each team, they pose a different problem for you, meaning that every team plays differently, and the team that can find their game first usually gets the jump on the other team. And right now, for whatever reason, the Blues can't find their game quickly against their opponents, and it's looking bad. I mean, you look back at the Avalanche game, you look at the Edmonton game. The Utah game was fine. Looks like the team, kind of found their game quickly and they were ready to go and whatnot. And it mitigated the damage, obviously, because you're ready to go. And last night, thank goodness for Jordan Binnington. I mean, I think people forget sometimes just how much of a difference maker he is, and how many times there's a crap sandwich for the goalie when maybe he doesn't get the support he needs and a couple of goals go in, and somebody having their coffee somewhere goes, look at the numbers on Binnington. This guy sucks. But they're not watching the games, and they're not seeing just how much of a difference maker Jordan Binnington can be. And last night, you got a point pretty much because you have Jordan Binnington as your goaltender.
Yeah, as much as they struggled there in the first period, it did seem to click about midway through the second. All of a sudden, they were a different team and really played pretty well in the third period. I thought they were the better team there. That's just something that happens along the flow of the game.
Yeah, and you're right. But again, it's finding your game, and all that means is like if a boxer has an opponent, it takes you 5 rounds to figure out your opponent. Well, sometimes they can be too late at that point, and that's kind of where the Blues are at right now. Is they're figuring out their opponent, but it's like halfway through the game. And then the third periods, we've talked about this quite a bit lately. Third period, wow, they really get after the third period. Was because they finally figured it out by the third period. So the key for the Blues is going to be to try and figure things out quicker, obviously. But as pertains for last night, yeah, I thought that was a game that they let slip away, which is crazy. Because you look at the first period, and you're like, oh, man, it's going to be a long one. Then the second period, a little better. And by the third period, you've got yourself completely convinced that, yes, we should win this game. And we probably should have. Yeah, 2-1. Robert Thomas misses his opportunity. Could have been 3-1. There actually were a couple other opportunities as well that were available. And then the problem is you left the door slightly cracked open for two of the best players in the world. And those two literally made you pay for it. And that's the difference right there, is you can be a team that plays well for 60 minutes and whatnot, but if you have two players like McDavid and Draisaitl on your team, you can play good for 5 minutes of the game and still win. And that's kind of what happened last night. The Oilers obviously great first period, but outplayed in the third. Draisaitl scores, and then in the overtime, McDavid makes a great play over to Connor Brown, and he scores.
Jamie, what do you do if a player like McDavid's on the other side? I mean, you've still got to play your game and think offensively, but if you're a forward, are you always kind of looking over to see where he is? Can you really kind of do your thing when you're always aware of him?
First thing I do, Tim, if I see that Connor McDavid's on the ice, is I'm going to change. I'm going to let somebody else deal with it.
Oh. That's an honest answer. Play. Mm-hmm. A lot of confidence.
Yeah. No, actually, that reminds me of a time I've told this story on the fast lane before, but I think it was my first year. We're playing against Pittsburgh. Mario Lemieux was playing for the Penguins, Yager, and all those guys. And I remember being told, hey, look, when Mario gets out there, if you guys just get a line change. Well, it happened to where I got stuck out there against Mario, but before the puck is even being dropped, Joel Quenneville is like yelling at the top of his lungs. He's like, get off! Get off! I'm like, I can't. The puck hasn't even dropped yet. And so, anyways, it was like a 35-second shift of like the entire bench yelling, get off.
That's enough.
I don't know if they have confidence in me. I'm not sure. Mario is kind of a good player, but for Connor McDavid, look, your preference as a team is to have Colton Parayko out there against him. And I've told this story before, but I talked to Connor McDavid 2 years ago and asked him some of the players he least desires playing against. Because it's always fascinating to me to talk to the best players in the world at whatever sport they're playing and ask them who they don't like to play against, because that tells the story for me. And he mentioned a few guys around the league, and then he said Colton Parayko. Now, let's go back 2 years, because 2 years ago was, we'll call it the whipping boy year for Colton Parayko.
Yeah.
Where everybody wanted to just get rid of this guy. Worst contract in the league. But Connor McDavid, in that same year, is telling me, I don't really like playing against that guy. So, thought that was interesting, and I said, well, why? And he goes, well, he's 6'6". He's got long reach. He's a huge individual. And he goes, he skates as fast as I do. And I said, okay. So he goes, most of the time, because whoever he's playing with, I just take the puck to the other side of the ice. And I kind of I was like, what? So I started watching. And you go back and watch Edmonton games versus St. Louis games. Every time Connor McDavid has that puck, he takes it across the blue line and goes after whoever the left defenseman is. Skates away from Colton Parayko. And so last night, there's a point to my story here, guys. Trust me. Bear with me. I'm going to put a bow on it here. But last night, in the overtime period, McDavid, Draisaitl, and Bouchard are on the ice, and Colton Parayko is out there. And in fact, the Blues controlled the puck for most of the time they were out there. And then at the very end, Colton Parayko's in a long shift. He's got to go try and change. Whoever had the puck, it didn't get in, whatnot. Either way, McDavid ends up staying on the ice past the Parayko shift. And then McDavid skates right down the ice, poor Dylan Holloway, trying to make a nice defensive play. He's not able to. He passes it over, and the game is over. Because 55 left the ice, Connor McDavid was able to get creative and make a play.
How about that?
So for me, that tells a lot.
Yeah.
You know, and for people who want to dog on Colton Parayko sometimes, let's just remember what we have here.
Yeah, I think the appreciation, it's been a 180, man. You're exactly right. But, you know, both of us here doing one-on-one shows over the last couple of years. It was in 2022 and 2023. It was Colton Parayko who was the one who was catching most of the hell. I would say 2023, 2024, Jordan Kyrou. And now I would say it's Buchnevich catching most of the shrapnel that I see at this particular moment. By the way, that reminds me of something. I was listening to you guys on the Fast Lane a couple days ago talking about this. Because Kerber asked us when he was leaving his spot with us on Monday, just our opinion, because the Blues are about as close to a playoff spot as they are to being a top 5 pick, and whether or not we preferred, obviously having no real vested interest in it when it gets down to it, if the Blues are a top 5 pick, or if they get in the playoffs knowing that it's probably not real likely they make a deep run. And I heard you talking about that and the importance of building a winning culture and getting in and what that can mean for young guys. And I thought it was really an interesting perspective, again, coming from a former player plus a guy who's around these guys all the time. And I thought it would be good if you could elaborate on that for maybe people who didn't get a chance to hear you talking about that, Jamie.
Yeah, so the discussion when you have a team that's kind of middling a little bit is always like, well, let's just tank. Let's get a high draft pick. I get it. For someone sitting at home, having a coffee, reading the paper, or checking their phone, whatever, that seems like the number one thing to do. And in some cases, if you're going through a complete rebuild, yeah, okay, fine. You don't throw the games, but you make sure you put a lineup out there that's less than desirable so you get a high pick. I get it. 2 years ago, I would have said, yeah, you know what, probably not a bad idea. Just ride it out with what you have, and hopefully you get a high lottery pick or whatnot. But what happens is if you have consecutive years or several years of just losing and not making the playoffs, that damages the culture of your team. Because whoever's there, so from your veterans who have played at a high level, like a Braden Shen and Colton Parayko, it starts to wear on those guys, their psyche, just losing all the time. And then for the young guys who are new or just coming into the league or whatever, that's all they know now is losing, falling short, high draft picks. Yeah, let's go get a great pick. Well, that doesn't help you build your team towards a winning culture. And then when you look at what Army's been able to do, even in this short period of time of a couple of unsuccessful seasons when it comes to playoff appearances, he's stockpiled the cupboards with lots of prospects, so much so there were 9 young players at the World Junior Tournament representing the St. Louis Blues. How many more do you need is my point. Like, you got 9 guys that could potentially play in your lineup in the next 2 to 4 years. You also have Dvorsky and Snuggerud that you have in the cabinet just waiting to open that. And you have other players that are in your minor league system that could make a difference in the near future. So why do you need to tank or lose and create this losing culture one more time? Like, what if the player you pick is not the difference maker they thought they were going to be? What if it's not the next McDavid, McKernan, like whoever? Then you've set your organization back. And that's what people don't understand is on paper, or to the armchair person at home right now, it's easy to say, yeah, just tank and get a high pick. But they don't necessarily see the damage that does to the culture of your team of just being a losing team again. And there's something to be said, especially when you get a coach like Jim Montgomery in here now, and that's supposed to start the ascension of your team. There's something to be said of treating the entire season like this is a playoff run. And even if you finish 6 points out of the playoffs or 5 points out of the playoffs, because I hear that all the time, well, it's a lot good as we finish 5 points out. The point is mentally each day, every guy on that roster has gone to work wanting to win hockey games because they were deemed to be important games, which creates that culture of being able to play in tough moments. So when you just scrap the season or do whatever and say you're going for a draft pick, that's exactly the mentality you're going to get from a lot of your players. Look at losing cultures around the league, the NHL in particular. Look at teams who haven't been able to get over that hump. Look at the Buffalo Sabres. Look at some of these crap teams that are stuck in the rinse cycle of getting a high pick. And even look at the Chicago Blackhawks. Let's get Connor Bedard. Great, you got him. Now what? Your team still stinks. Mm-hmm. And that kid looks miserable, by the way. Watch him play out there. His facial expressions, his body language, he looks miserable playing the game of hockey right now. Why? Because it's a losing culture.
And
so
in addition, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay, Doug. It's your show. Go ahead.
I took that off.
Thought you were done.
That promo's going to be running now throughout the day here.
I thought you were done. I'm just going to say, in addition to the culture, the club also feels it financially. The Blues now looking at 3 years in a row not making the playoffs, and their attendance is down a couple thousand from where it was just a couple years ago. A couple thousand a game.
Yeah, you're right. From a business standpoint, you're 100% correct. From a business standpoint, when you're we'll call it a mid-market team here in St. Louis, the ownership group does a tremendous job of spending to the cap. And in doing so, you'd like to reward the ownership group with a playoff run, or at least a playoff series where you get a little extra revenue, that gravy that wasn't counted upon at the yearly budget meeting. Yeah, you'd love to do that. And so I think that that's important too. From a player's standpoint, you're probably not thinking about that, the financial side of it, while you're in the locker room. But I will say this from a player's standpoint, when you have great ownership, you want to play hard for them. It's just it's just like having a great boss. You guys know that. I mean, you have a great boss, you want to work hard, you don't want to disappoint them, you don't want to let them down. And I think that that does play a part here in St. Louis. I mean, these guys know that ownership's awesome. And they want to try and put them in the playoffs to reward them a little bit. But back to the original point, for me, it's just like you've spent a couple of seasons losing. Now it's time to start putting that winner's mentality into some of these guys.
And the part of it that I have not figured out is in a couple of years, yes, Dvorsky's coming. Yes, Snuggerud's coming. We keep talking about that. But by the time they're here and they're established, Parayko's done, Falk's done, Schen's done, Thomas and Kyrou are getting pretty deep into their career.
Bennington, maybe?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out that math. It's not like you're adding those two key pieces when everyone else is currently here. By then, everyone else that you know now is sort of either gone or further down the road. So I don't know that that's a total panacea, which would be an argument for your side of it, which is don't wait. Go for it now.
Yeah, and look, you're hoping. Look, Dvorsky's right on the cusp right now. I'm watching this kid play, and he's really good. Like, if he's not here by the end of the season, he's here next year for sure. And we saw, how quickly Robert Thomas was able to make an impact once he got in the league. Your first year was kind of a, we'll call it a role, like a co-director type thing. But then the next year, he was part of the mix. And so Dvorsky will be there, Snuggerud will be there, and those two guys can make an impact while you still have Parayko, Schenn, and some of these guys on your roster. But, some of the other guys, like you mentioned, or Marty, are 100%. Like Justin Falk, like what's left in the tank there 2 years from now? Well, if that's the case, that's why you have Lindstein ready to come in and play. You have other defensemen ready to step up. Matthew Kessel is still taking the steps to become an NHL player. It really is a gamble for each team when you've got so many young players that you're going to be relying upon in the future. And let's be honest, you guys have all watched a lot of hockey, seen a lot of Blues hockey over the years. Not all the prospects work out, man. Some of them barely play ever in the NHL, and you're like, man, I thought that guy was going to be great. So if you're putting all your eggs in that basket of, well, we're going to be awesome because we have all these young guys in a couple of years, or let's get that draft pick, it's so unpredictable. It's a risky game to play. So back to my original point again, you've got some guys here now that are good players, got some veteran guys, and you got some great young players on your roster. Just go out and try to win every game. It may not happen, but at least try to win every game so you create at least that winning feeling for some of these guys.
Blues will have the opportunity to do it tomorrow against the defending Cup champions Panthers in town. Pre-game 6 p.m., puck drop 7 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Jamie, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Looking forward to listening to you on the Fast Lane from 2 to 6 here on 101 ESPN. Thanks, Jamie.
All right, thanks, boys. Have a great day.
You too.
No,
Jamie
thanks,
Rivers with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. You can call in to those Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, and email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Doug, can you tell us about Seth Goldcamp and Design Air?
Well, they want to keep your home nice and toasty when you need it, or cool and comfortable in the summertime. But right now, of course, you're worried about that furnace. Maybe it's time to get a furnace tune-up. Seth Goldcamp and his group at Design Air Heating and Cooling can do just that. They've been doing it a long time, since 1904, in fact. It is a fourth-generation St. Louis business. They have served over 10,000 customers in more than a century of serving St. Louis. They're also the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They are known for their honesty and going above and beyond. I've had Design Air out to my house a couple times for tune-ups. They do fantastic work. They will never try to upsell you, always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com. That's Design Air with an E at the end, designairservice.com.
Jackson said he started today's program with a pep in his step. Is that right? Am I representing it? Mm-hmm. Now, the audience, some of the texters kind of tried to bring you down, but I don't know if they succeeded in our 7 o'clock hour. But Jackson, Doug, sent this link over last night. Braves legend Chipper Jones takes notice of Cardinal Hall of Famer Jim Edmonds' criticism of St. Louis franchise after leaving the broadcast team.
Really? What do you say?
Well, that's where teasing camp comes into play.
Sorry.
Jackson sends me the link.
We're moving up. Yep. Look, who's the guy? Bone? Look out, Bone. We're coming.
Mac and Bone.
Bone. You got a problem with Dusty and Sprague?
Dirt and Sprague or something.
Sprague, yeah. I think they're in Portland. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Jackson getting better at teasing with the links. I will attempt to pay off the tease by reading the link. On the other side of the break, we'll see what Chipper Jones was saying about that conversation that we had with Jim Edmonds a couple of days ago. That is coming up. And then also audio, I can't wait to hear this, of Bob Ramsey on the call last night of the Billiken comeback, which was national news because of the math of the whole thing. And as you might imagine, UMass head coach Frank Martin was not particularly pleased with what happened with his ball club following the game. All of that coming up as Josh Schertz will join us, friend of the show / co-host at 9 o'clock. That's all coming up on the Stiefel dossier on TMA 101 ESPN.
been a tough week for my self-esteem. Edmonds called me Doug.
Yeah.
Jamie Rivers called me Tim.
Yeah, and he said it was my show, too, by the way.
He said it's Doug's show.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Shannon once called me Kevin. Well, okay, think about it, Kevin. I'm like, Kevin? Joe McGrain called me Randy.
I don't know,
I've been Randy, Kevin.
I get Martin quite a bit.
That's unfortunate. Tim, I was just saying it's a low self-esteem week. Edmonds called me
with the Rivers thing.
Well, Rivers called me Tim. Yeah. Edmonds called me Doug.
Yeah,
I'm new here. That's all it is. It's okay. Nobody's ever called me Jackson.
That would be a stretch.
It's your show.
And you never get Doug? Because I do get Martin every now and then.
No. I got Goldberg years ago.
Bill Goldberg had the spear, but other wrestlers felt like he didn't know how to wrestle.
So we're at that East St. Louis gym watching Darius Miles play high school ball, and I'm walking out, and these kids are kind of pointing, and I'm getting towards the door, and they scream, "What up, Goldberg?" I said, I don't look a thing like Joel Goldberg. But
he had those big sausage fingers, big giant hands, like sewer lid hand, pizza pie hands. I don't know where that came from.
Doug, good news. The Board of Aldermen was able to get together yesterday and
work things out.
Good.
Actually, they got together and they weren't able to work things out, so they're going to kick it down the road on the Rams money for a couple more months.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, at least it's making money somewhere, right? At the very least.
Took him a year to figure that out.
Joel Vollmer, who was accused of being drunk at the meeting by the president of the Board of Aldermen, Megan Green, on Friday, which she later took down from social media and apologized for, was asked by a reporter as he walked out what his opinion of the situation was as they decided not to do anything with the money for another couple months. He said, "Scintillating, isn't it?"
No, I bet they could have given that $280 million to Stiefel, and by now it'd be worth about $400 million, $450 million.
Could have had me manage it with the Tam Avenue Capital Partners.
Well, I don't think you want to gamble.
A sponsor and everything.
I wouldn't gamble with that money. But I'm sure Stiefel would have turned it into a lot more than it is now.
I would have taken the Billikens to come back in the money line with a minute left in the game.
You would have?
$280 million on it.
Well,
so they put Friday's embarrassment at City Hall behind them, moved forward, had a meeting, and it's still what some are terming an embarrassment, I believe.
That's right.
Well, the city is in such good shape that maybe they really don't need any money at all.
There's a lot of sarcasm going on right now in this studio. There's a lot of sarcasm. We had Jacob Kern of the St. Louis Business Journal with us yesterday reporting on the situation. And there is another article in the Business Journal with regard to that Rams money impacting development in the area. Specifically, the Rams money stalemate is imperiling the funds to buy the Railway Exchange building. That's on the front page of the Business Journal. City development nonprofit St. Louis Development Corp will have to consider different funding sources to acquire the Railway Exchange building after the Board of Aldermen Tuesday reached a stalemate. I don't know if you really reach a stalemate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you reach an impasse.
Nice, Jackson. Horton Watkins season.
Yeah.
On how to spend the Rams settlement money, likely causing any plan for the settlement funds to be put off for months. A compromise plan from two competing bills on how to spend the Rams money included a $74 million fund focused on downtown, including $11 million for acquisition of the vacant Railway Exchange building and demolition of its adjacent parking garage. St. Louis lawmakers on Tuesday were unable to move forward with any plans for the Rams settlement money, and no plans for the Rams money are now likely to be passed before the end of the session this month. A special session is possible. The board's next regular session starts in April after, and I think this is an important part of the conversation, after the mayoral election and also aldermanic elections. That's in the St. Louis Business Journal this morning.
Yeah, because we could have a new mayor here soon.
That's right.
She's not polling very well at the moment.
That's also accurate.
Has Kara Spencer commented on all of this? Because it's kind of Megan Green, Joe Vollmer. Obviously, Tashara Jones is the mayor, but her big challenger is Kara Spencer. And I don't know And I'm not. I guess I'm crowdsourcing.
You're crowdsourcing. I think it's important to know when you're crowdsourcing.
Yeah. I accidentally crowdsourced.
That happens. I don't know if anybody goes into crowdsourcing planning to crowdsource, but then you catch yourself mid-crowdsource and go, son of a bitch, I'm crowdsourcing.
Yeah, kind of stumbled into it.
No crowdsourcing needed here because we've got the audio. Jackson Burkett has it. Last night, the Billikens were down by 5. They didn't even have the basketball. UMass does. They're enjoying the foliage in Amherst. Frank Martin, former Kansas State coach, former South Carolina coach. He's on the sidelines. He's feeling good. They got the game won. Uh-oh. Here come the Billikens. There's a turnover. Here come the Billikens. Loose ball. Here come the Billikens. UMass now trailing. Seconds left. They lose the ball out of bounds. Time expires, and a huge comeback win for St. Louis University. But here is what friend of the program, Bob Ramsey, saw on the call, the comeback.
Trying to get it in. Trying to get stolen away by McCutchery. McCutchery kicks it out. Anya gives it up to Swope for 3. No, it wouldn't go. Foul. Rebound on the floor. It's a man scramble. McCutchery for Swope to win it. Bang! He got it. Bang! He got it. 9 seconds left. Isaiah Swope and the Swope Show hits the 3 with 9 seconds left, and the Billikens regain the lead. Diggins gets into the front court, turns the corner, rejected, loose ball, ball game, it's over. The Billikens win.
How about that call? How about that energy, Doug?
Oh, he's fantastic. I've thought for years, I'm surprised that some NBA team didn't snap him up years ago. Talking about Bob Ramsey. I think he's just really terrific.
The Swope Show, and that's after the miss. They get the ball like a mad scramble, and then McCutchery, who I don't think was supposed to play a ton, we'll ask Coach Schertz, co-host, freshman out of Milwaukee. He's a 6'6" guard. He was all over the place, creating steals. You get late in the game, you're desperate. You always try for the inbound steal, but you're probably going to have to foul, hope that they miss. He came up with back-to-back steals.
Unbelievable.
I mean, that doesn't happen.
He was only in because Avila fouled out, right?
The inbound steal was impressive, but to get on the floor, get that rebound, not only secure the rebound, not have a tie-up for a jump ball, and immediately fire it out to an open shooter is so impressive. That's the kind of play that earns you minutes, man.
I believe after one of our 8th grade, I think it was an L, Tim, not a W, I might have said, if any of you MFers ever get on the floor, I'll give out a prize.
You said that to him?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did.
Did you say the real words or just the initials?
I regret that it may have come out of my mouth because sometimes you got to get on the floor to get the ball.
And you were talking, how old were these kids?
They're 14, Doug.
Okay. You throw like $50 down on the floor and then throw the basketball out.
If I have to give you the Pestis prize pack, I will. Get on the floor.
Every AAU season, the first practice, the coach would always do that. They would be like roll the ball on the floor, and everyone would have to sprint and dive with each other to get the ball. Your elbows would be bleeding like crazy.
You know, there was times, like in the 60s and early 70s, when a lot of basketball players wore knee pads. Just for that very reason.
Get on the floor.
They dive around. Nobody wears knee pads. Now it hurts.
But they were like leggings. A lot of guys were like leggings.
But
that doesn't really protect
That's no
you.
protection.
It protects you from a good old burn. Like, you save you from
You're
abrasion.
You're still smacking into the hardwood.
For sure. It's not going to help with the bone damage, but at least you won't be bleeding everywhere.
Especially the big men, like the Randy Brewers of the world that you covered, Jack Sigma. They'd always have big knee pads.
Yeah, it's a good way to get hurt. It's really like if you're
Having
a really
knee
tall
pads?
guy. No. I'm saying like getting down, like diving on the floor when you don't need to.
You don't really expect that from your bigs, from your 7-footers.
But first one on the floor often wins.
Think about it.
First one on the floor often wins.
McCutchery got on the floor, got the ball. Billikens got the win. They were down by 5 with 37 seconds to go. That's tough math. Scored the last 7. Yes, it's only UMass. Yes, they're 14-9. But if you're a coach, you're trying to build a program. You want to win as many games as you can. Get a little momentum. That Avila, though, is in the tank right now. Had foul trouble last night. Friday's game against Dayton, he was terrible.
Yeah, that was rough.
And we'll ask Coach. I mean, he's known Avila a long time. Do you get a guy a little bit mentally who can get in the tank? How do you get him out of it?
Yeah, Avila 1 for 7 from the field, 0 for 2 from three-point range. He did get 10 rebounds, so even when he's not scoring, he's contributing that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to give your thoughts anytime you would like. Texting in 314-399-9646. Calling in 314-974-0101. And you can watch the show and participate in the YouTube chat. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. I want to make this clear. You don't need to participate. You can watch the show and not participate in the chat. Right now, they're talking some stock options, as it looks like there's some NVIDIA investors in there right now, Doug, and they're concerned about the NVIDIA dip. So if you want some stock option advice,
they got hit hard by DeepSeek, right?
That's right. That's going on in the YouTube chat. In addition to talking about, I remember thinking Iggy's golf rival talk was boring, but now I just can't help but wonder if he ever got the Batwing 8. Doug, that's from the NoCo Hooligan.
The Batwing 8?
Yeah. So that's in the YouTube chat. You can go in there and talk it over. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. They have the easiest phone number going, 314-222-2222. 314-222-2222. Or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. They have been the presenting sponsor of TMA now for more than a year, and we are grateful for their support here on the program. We had Andy Crouppen in yesterday. They are local, founded in 1979. And if you're in a spot where you're going to need the services of Brown and Crouppen, I think it's important that somebody local is handling it, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment. Brown and Crouppen treats clients and their employees like gold, and they're part of the St. Louis community. They value it. You're going to get great service and great results, winningest and kindest with a strong voice and an advocate for their clients. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and should be based on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Doug, the player poll is out via The Athletic. Let's see how locked in you are on the following questions.
Okay.
If you have a no-trade list, NHL, what's the first team that is on your no-trade list? Two teams.
First team on my no-trade.
67+% of the vote from the people who participated in this. I call it a Gallup poll. Some would call it the Athletics player poll. I think it's a Gallup poll. 111 players were surveyed. If you have a no-trade list, what's the first team on it? And two teams took the lion's share of the votes. What two teams do you think got it?
I'd say Buffalo probably got it because it's not a real glamorous city to live in and the team's no good. And I might say even Montreal, because it's mostly a French city, and that might be uncomfortable for a lot of players to live somewhere where the language could be a problem. Obviously, I'm hemming and hawing now because it's probably a bad guess. I'm going to say Buffalo and Montreal.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Martin, would you like to
Is
fire?
Buffalo not
Buffalo
one of
is one of them.
Oh, it had to be.
But there is one that is way ahead of Buffalo. Nearly 50% of the players.
Is it Utah?
No, I'm sorry.
Maybe
Chicago? Jackson, would you like to fire a bet at the pod? You are our hockey correspondent.
Can I?
Columbus.
God bless Doug. His mic wasn't on.
Turn the mic on.
What's up? Columbus.
And that's because people saw the video of Ryan Day running to first base?
Yeah, you're always playing second fiddle to Ryan Day.
No, I'm sorry. Chairman Kurt, big opportunity. This guy's fielding phone calls from a number of listeners right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, but yet I still think he's going to get home.
How about Ottawa?
No, I'm sorry.
Can we have initials, please?
The home, is that the home of Alanis Morissette?
I don't know where she's from.
Let's find out.
Oh, I think the texters are nailing it.
It's not Chicago, is it?
Yeah,
Once I say it, you're going to be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of see.
Walter played there.
Yeah, met his wife.
That's correct.
Chantel is from there.
That's correct. Winnipeg.
Best team in the league, and they don't want to go there.
That's right.
Alanis is from Ottawa.
Yeah, confirmed.
Poor Winnipeg. All the Jets have done is put themselves atop the league standings while playing in arguably the best in-game atmosphere in the NHL. And yet they got nearly 50% of the votes. In third place, San Jose, then Calgary, then Ottawa, then Anaheim, and then the Rangers. How about that? Anaheim and the Rangers.
Where do the Blues rank in this?
They are not listed. Okay. Only those 7 teams are listed, and then 10.9% fall under the other category.
I thought the Jets being a good team might override that. Like you'd want to be there because they're good, but I guess it's just living there, and they're not drawn.
They have some anonymous quotes. High taxes. The organization hasn't been that strong recently. That's talking about Buffalo, I guess. As far as why Winnipeg, nothing to do, bad food, freezing. Another guy said there's not much out to do there. It's effing cold. I haven't heard a guy go to Winnipeg and be like, this is going to be my forever home.
Probably not. Even though most of the players come from very cold climates, Sweden, Russia, Canada, they still don't want anything to do with
it.
If
a hockey player says it's too cold, that's a bad sign.
One player just really, really disliked Philadelphia to the point where you have to wonder if Gritty picked on him as a child, writes The Athletic. Quote, honestly, I wouldn't even mind Winnipeg. It's not that nice, but I just hate Philly. I can't stand it. I can't stand the city, everything. It's the rink. It's just the one city that I absolutely despise. I cannot stand it. I'd be sick if I got traded there. If I had a one-team no-trade list, they'd be on it in a second.
Was that Krug?
The player is anonymous.
Oh.
You think it was Torrey Krug based on the...
Well, weren't they trying to trade him to Philadelphia and he poo-pooed it?
Nearly a quarter of the players surveyed wanted to play for this head coach.
Oh.
Martin Kilcoyne, you get to start first.
This John Cooper.
That's correct. Jim Montgomery, for the record, finished in a tie for fourth with Craig Berube. In second place, Paul Maurice, saw him hoist the chalice last year, had a good run with the Jets as well. And a guy that Jackson talked about being attracted to on an edition of Balloon Party, Rod Brindamore.
Oh, yeah. Brindy.
You're attracted to Rod Brindamore?
I thought he had a rugged kind of handsomeness.
Oh, he's got a good body, but I don't think...
Okay.
Is that a poll? Is there a poll for this, Tim?
I haven't seen it yet.
Bodies in NHL
Well, I like
coaching.
the way his name's spelled, too. It kind of has like the...
Brindamore. That
You
means
like an
just
apostrophe in a guy's name.
in French, that means just a touch of love.
Yeah, but it's like right in the middle. It's like bisex his name.
Bisex. Did you know he played for the Blues?
No.
Okay.
I'll believe all of that.
You
Which
didn't
coach
know?
would you least like to play for? Doug, you want to fire one at the pot here?
Tortorella.
Yes! Tortorella with 38.46%. Butch Cassidy, now with VGK, was up against Berube in the 2019 Stanley Cup Final, is second. No Jim Montgomery votes. No Craig Berube votes, for the record. Patrick Waugh gets in there, and Martin, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Jackson thought he was the Bruins goaltender in the 2019 Stanley Cup Final.
Why do teams keep hiring a coach that the players don't want to play for? Does that make any sense? Because Tortorella, he's been around a while, several different teams.
I think he's an acquired taste.
I don't think he ever
had
gets
some
there.
success. And sometimes
Well, so does Mike Keenan. It doesn't mean people want to play for him.
I think sometimes ownership doesn't care if the players like him or not. They want results, Doug. They want results. They don't care.
Well,
but he's gotten results. He's interesting to listen to, that's for sure. He's not boring.
well, that's correct.
One player didn't even know Anaheim Ducks coach Greg Cronin's name, but picked him anyway. Who's Anaheim's coach? I've heard from other players that he's not great to play for. Another player said they have a lot of decent skill, that they should be a good team, but then they're not. Mike Babcock getting some votes. Mike Babcock's a long shot to ever return to the league after his immediate flameout with CBJ, and that seems to be fine with the players polled. Been there, lived it, one player said. I just think he's too old. I don't think he understands the game anymore. That's what I hear from the guys that play for him, that he just doesn't know what's going on most of the time. Wow, he's confused.
Yeah, that's not good.
You know, Strick got sideways with Mike Babcock at one point.
What was going on? He went to his phone?
Next time he's in studio, ask Strick to tell the Babcock story, because there's a little tension then when Babcock was in the building. There's a whole backstory there, but I think Babcock is one of those kind of old school guys, his way or the highway, and players sort of sick of him.
I don't know why anybody on the dais would know this, but this team got 66% of the vote for having the worst facilities. And then another team got the other 20%, leaving 15% to be chopped up by a bunch of different teams. Anybody familiar with this one?
It was the Coyotes until they moved out of Phoenix.
That's correct.
Right?
So that's not eligible.
Not them
I think
anymore.
the Panthers had some issues with facilities.
They're not listed.
I don't know if they.
I don't know what goes on in Raleigh, but the Hurricanes got 66% of the vote. Calgary with 20%. That Saddle Dome is old. I know it's not called that, although some still do, but...
Scotiabank, maybe?
Yeah. Hurricanes, I guess they got a situation. You might want to play for Brindamore, but you don't want to play against him, and not just because his team forechecks so hard. Carolina ran away with this one as players are forced to warm up and lift weights or ride the bike after the game in a hallway or in a giant storage locker.
Oh,
The locker room itself, despite a recent renovation that added about 2 whopping feet of width, might be the most cramped in the league. Quote, it used to be Carolina, but then they upgraded, and somehow it's still Carolina, players said. The visiting room sucks.
No.
And the home room's basically the visiting room with some paint on the walls. So, yeah, it's pretty essy. Terrible, another Carolina voter said. Carolina stinks, said another. It's brutal, said another. It sucks. Everything about that trip sucks. It's not even close, said another. Hurricanes player was interviewed. Yeah, it's probably ours. This summer they're supposed to change it up a bit. We've been telling them to put it off.
Didn't Wrigley Field have visitor locker rooms there for a long time?
Oh, I'm
they
sure.
were just using nails in the
You
wall.
weren't in that thing?
And you still got to go up the steps to get
It's
there.
unbelievable. Like, you couldn't believe it. I mean, I haven't been in it in a while, but it reminded me of the scene in Hoosiers where they're about to take the floor. That's what the locker room looked like.
Oh, God.
But Dodger Stadium's not much better.
Dodger Stadium's much better than what the Wrigley one used to be.
Yeah.
Fenway was tiny. I can't imagine it's much bigger now.
Yeah, when I was
Just because there isn't space.
The Dodger Stadium visiting room, when I was there last, I guess it's been 15 years, that looked like a high school locker room or something. You could barely fit in it.
You know, it's interesting. The new Clippers arena, they've done the complete opposite, where they've made the visiting locker room really, really nice, like a therapy pool and stuff, to try to recruit players later down the road. Be like, hey, we got really nice facilities here.
Oh, interesting.
Kind of just, different outside the box thinking.
Who was it that painted the
Hayden
visitors' locker rooms
Fry
pink?
up in Iowa. Hayden Fry.
Painted it pink so they get everybody mellowed out. The visiting team.
Probably get fired now for doing that.
Oh,
By the way,
yeah.
the Florida Panthers did open a new facility, because I always heard they had a terrible setup. Last March, the Florida Panthers unveiled their new practice training facility.
The Blues couldn't expect much more than what they have, do they? I mean, Centene is terrific.
No, they got a good setup. They bounced around for a while. We're up at that.
Oh, yeah, the Mills is no good.
Get yourself an Auntie Anne's pretzel, and there wasn't a whole lot else going on.
No, I'm sure they weren't happy
That was a
with the
little
Mills.
depressing.
Well,
That was a Bill Laurie thing.
I told you we were getting better at teasing because we're on a mission to take down Dusty and Sprague in Portland. Jackson sent this link over. Braves legend Chipper Jones takes notice of Cardinal Hall of Famer Jim Edmonds' criticism of St. Louis franchise after leaving the broadcast team. The link sent over in Jackson's PM links. Do you get the PM links?
I don't.
Martin, do you get the PM links?
I do. I really enjoyed it. Actually, at work, it gives me a little pick-me. I'm serious. I look forward to them in the evening. Oh, here they come.
Doug, if you want them, I'll throw you on the
Sure,
list.
send them to
All
me.
right,
kind of a fun
Nobody knows
scroll.
Doug's email address.
There's a couple of 4 or 5 of them.
There aren't.
You're like Ray King with phones.
No, I got 2.
It's just a situation where green mean go.
Well, I got 3 with it. I got the Hubbard.
There it is. There
And then
it
I have
is.
the
No further
personal-
questions.
The old radio email.
Yeah,
And then
right.
I have my personal email at home.
Right. But I feel like there's the personal one. There's been a couple. I'll just send it to you.
No, there's only one.
All right, I got you. I'll send it to you.
It's just weird because when I set it up 25 years ago, I thought I was setting a password. Turned out to be the email address. And so now it's kind of garbled, difficult, and too late to change. I couldn't be any
I'll
sorrier.
throw you on there.
Are you at your desk at about 6:30 at Channel 4? Because that's usually when the links come over, I'd say.
In that ballpark.
After nearly a decade calling games for the Cardinals, Jim Edmonds has drawn curtains, citing the current state of the team. That wouldn't be what the story is, but that's our industry, of course. The man was on with us for 45 minutes, and I don't believe that that's the reason why he said it was ending. But hey, you know what? That's the business. But either way, the news came Monday morning for Edmonds. That also, of course, not accurate. As it came on Saturday, who had been in the booth with the Cardinals since 2016. The Cardinal legend went on a rant to highlight the dire state of the team. It's not only the lackluster performance in the regular season, but also their spring training facilities that has left Edmonds. Did you notice that he was criticizing
The facilities? I didn't say a
I just
word
want to call
about that.
attention to this stuff because, you know, I realize at this point many people realize that what you read isn't necessarily true. But this interview certainly has gotten a lot of play, whether you're a TMA listener or even if you just are starting to follow the show. I mean, I've read 3 things that are just factually inaccurate in the opening part of it, but that's this little industry.
Nor is our name ever mentioned in any of this either.
Yeah. So here it is. Atlanta Braves Hall of Famer Chipper Jones took note of Edmonds' criticism for the Cardinals as he reacted. And then, Doug, here's the reaction. I'll let you see it.
I see. I'm looking at it now. Yes, it's 2 eyeballs, and that's it, with quotation marks around the eyeballs. That's the story. That's the whole story.
It's good to hear from Chipper Jones.
We didn't hear from him. He's just looking in on this.
I appreciate his support. I think it's great that he took a stand.
So he's just
when
looking
Jackson
at it.
sent that link over. See, I'm a mark-ass buster.
Mm-hmm.
I clicked on the link, which is exactly what Sportskita wanted me to do.
The hell is that?
Sportskita.com.
That's one guy. That's got to be one guy with a website.
Well, that guy is named Krutik Jain, K-R-U-T-I-K-J-A-I-N.
Okay.
The reason I sent it was more, I had a question attached to. I have a question attached to the Chipper Jones thing as well.
It's just eyeball. It's open eye emojis.
Yeah.
That's it. He's not saying,
he
boy,
weighed in.
Edmonds is crazy or Edmonds is right or Edmonds is wrong. He's not saying any of that. He's just saying, look at this.
You think he'll get in trouble for taking a stand like that?
No. No, I don't.
Jackson, your question, please.
So the Chipper Jones made a comment, albeit a small one, about Edmonds' comments on the Redbirds. This had me thinking, who do you think is the most famous / powerful person to at least hear 5 consecutive seconds of TMA?
All right, one more time.
Who do you think is the most famous / powerful person to at least hear 5 consecutive seconds of TMA?
I can answer that really easily. Marshall Mathers.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Eminem?
Back in the days when we had that relationship with the singer of Steadfast Eyes.
Cassie Moore.
If you remember, she allegedly played the Chris Raby remix with Forgot About Dre for her friend Marshall.
Wow.
So, all right, so Eminem is the answer.
I'm going to say the most powerful is Senator Eric Schmidt. I saw him once, and he said that he listened to the show.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I thought it was a fun little idea. Like, do you think George W. Bush has ever listened or something? I don't know.
Probably not him.
I feel like, you know what, the texters are probably going to give me the answer.
What about when Trump was in town talking about our football teams? Maybe he was in the limo and they just had the show on.
Could have been.
I could see him streaming. You can text in the answer, 314-399-9646. I don't know if we've made it to the Oval Office.
Weren't you guys friends with Joe Thomas, the Hall of Fame-esque left tackle?
One of his, I think his brother-in-law was a big listener of the show. Somewhere not in St. Louis either. Guys, the most powerful person to hear the show is Tim. Thanks. That's from Bobby Big.
Come on.
Yeah.
There it is.
Present company excluded.
No.
I guess that's probably the right answer.
LaRussa said he heard it driving Joe Patini's car.
I really enjoy it.
Guys, that Krutik Jain is definitely an AI model that aggregates sports news and outputs hot boy trash. That's from Tongue Man 6.
Oh, that's his name? Tongue Man 6.
Is that your email, Doug?
No.
Tongue Man.
Krutik looks like his main sport is cricket. But he's a rigorous fact checker. Is
that really what it says?
It's
wow.
He
so
likes
you didn't get a chance to get to this article just yet.
Yeah.
Rigorous fact checker.
That's what it
Guys,
says.
I would imagine your most powerful listener is Putin because of Jackie's hammer and sickle takes.
Oh.
That's from the Anal Farmer.
Nonsense.
Joan Jet's groping hand says it's Butch Patrick, Doug.
Well, what power does he wield?
Widow's Peak.
Yeah, who do you think?
Guys, what about Kevin Demoff? Yeah, that actually would be it, because when he's NFL commissioner soon.
Yeah, you think Goodell's probably
God.
heard 5 consecutive seconds?
Why?
It wouldn't be insane to think that Roger Goodell.
He could have been sent some audio of Demoff. Somebody said, "Oh, listen to this. This is what Bonehead said in St. Louis today."
And then, maybe they stumbled on the email of the day or something. We're like, oh, not bad.
Well, I'm enjoying the email of the day, but as Stan has always stated, we have no plans on move. I'm sorry, hold on. I'm taking a call here from L.A. Hold on. No plans to move. Carry on with your wonderful program. I'm enjoying it greatly. Such a tool. Such a tool.
That was Demoff there.
I like that impression. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA 101 ESPN. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn filling in for Josh Schertz today because he's on the road with the Billikens. Doug did not want to go see the foliage in UMass, and so Josh Schertz decided to coach the team last night, and maybe we're glad that he did because it led to a thrilling comeback victory, and he joins us right now here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Our co-host, Billiken head coach, sometimes Josh Schertz, with us on 101 ESPN. Morning, Coach.
Morning. I let Doug do the first, 37 minutes. I took over from there, but
for heaven's sake!
But I let Doug do 37 minutes.
So the final 3 minutes when you guys mounted the comeback, that's when you got involved, but Doug put you in the deficit.
Doug put us in a hole, but I was able to rally the troops there the last 3 minutes. So I put the first 37 completely on Doug's shoulders.
Gosh, I'm taking shrapnel here.
Might be nice if you did the right thing and apologize.
Okay, I'm sorry, Coach.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Too many turnovers, Doug. Got to get the turnovers down.
It wasn't me. I wasn't out there playing. I was just coaching.
Absolutely. Got to get it. We got to improve our rebounding and our turnovers.
Have you had one like that? And we're talking about 37 seconds. You're down 5, and you win it by 2. Have you had a game similar at all?
Probably. I've coached 500 some games. That's probably the game that in my career out of the 500 some as a head coach I've walked out and been like, how the heck did we win that game? That was probably the most I felt that way of like, how in the world did that happen? Because we really got outplayed for, we came out good. We played really well the first, 10 minutes or so. But we established a good tone. We were pretty decent on both ends of the floor. And, half wore on. We actually okay in the first half. I thought they kind of, steadied the ship and they took the lead. We took a lead by 1.5 and then, or 1 or 2. And then second half, they just absolutely dominated us for the first, 19 minutes and 30 seconds of that second half. And, we kept making, plays to kind of keep contact. But no, down 5, 37 seconds left. But this team's been, we thought about it. I said, like, we have a lot of flaws. We do a lot of things that are maddening as a coach and things that I have to, figure out ways to clean up and do better. But their resilience, their ability to compete, fully for the entire 40 minutes, to continue to play, to handle adversity. Like, we lose Robbie with 8.5 minutes to go. We're down, 5 with 37 seconds. But we did that. Dayton, we're down 17, cut it to 2. Richmond, we're down 5 or 6 on the road with 3 minutes to play, come back and win. So we've had a bunch of these this year where, we've showed a lot of resilience, giving ourselves chances. And, sometimes, when you do that, you get lucky. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
You had to love what you got from McCautry there at the end. He was all over the floor.
He was awesome. Made so many big-time plays there down the stretch. As you said, he gets 2 steals late. He gets an assist. He gets 2 rebounds. I think all that happened in the final, 90 seconds of the game. And, for him to be out there, game in the balance, young kid. With all the injuries and everything, our bench is really just a freshman. And so those guys are out there, and whether it's Dylan, Amari, or Max, or, even Killian, those guys are just out there, competing their brains out, trying to figure it out, learning as they go. But, Dylan, I thought, was huge for us, in the win against VCU. Amari last night, we don't get over the finish line without him. He made some terrific plays. I hope it is a springboard for him because he's such a talented kid. He really is, and he's got a good heart. He won late, but, those guys have to take better care of the ball. We got to be more, we've got to just be more disciplined on the offensive end with valuing shots and not, throwing the ball the other team as much as we are. But I think Rob's going to be fine. I got a lot of faith in him. Obviously he's a great player. He's a great kid. He's got a great mentality. I don't worry that he'll figure this out and look like he is, and that'll help us. But hopefully, in the meantime, what we're getting from Dylan and Amari, we can carry that over and become a deeper team here as we get into February.
You sent out a bunch of tweets Friday night after the loss to Dayton. It seemed, you were being honest. Like there was a disappointment. You had a full building, a lot of energy, a lot of excitement, which is what you want as a coach, something you're trying to build there. How quickly can you shake that off? Because that was a letdown.
Yeah, look, it was, of course, everything, you have a great win over VCU. You have the best crowd of the season to that point against VCU. I think it was about 6,700, 6,800. You got pack Shea Fits for Dayton on national TV, and you go out and for whatever reason you're not able to put your best foot forward. And didn't mean our guys didn't play hard. We did. We had the game to 2 points and 4 points and deep in the second half. And but we weren't good enough. And I know we're trying to in this first year particularly. You're trying to kind of capture the attention and build equity with the fan base. You got your group of fans, and this is the case at St. Louis, is the case at Indiana State or anywhere else. You got your diehards that are going to come out, and they don't care if you're 0-30. They're going to be there in the stands. They support. They bleed blue, and they're going to support St. Louis basketball. Come heck or high water. So I think you got that group. But then for a lot of the others, and that's a percentage, but the vast majority, it's, hey, you got to earn that support. You got to show that, how you play. Winning obviously drives things, entertaining people, the team playing incredibly hard and for each other. Like, that's going to get people to come out and really support. And our fans, students, and community were amazing on Friday night. And we just, we weren't nearly as good as they were. And so I wanted them to know that. I hope they do stick with this group because, again, we have a lot of flaws. We're far from perfect. We're, guys are, there's a lot going on. But these guys have fought adversity all year to be 7-3 in the league with what they've undergone, the amount of pieces that we've lost, the way they've been able to find ways through competition. I hope the fans appreciate that. Stay with them. And then when we get back, we got a huge one against George Mason next week where, we're going to need those fans, their energy here as we get down the stretch run of the season. 31 days from today is senior night. So while it seems like it's a ways away, that clock is ticking and it's going to be over before you know it.
Coach Josh Schertz with us here on TMA, friend of the show with a huge comeback win. If you haven't had a chance to see it, go on YouTube and watch the final minute and change because that was unbelievable to see the way things went down last night. And now 7-3 in conference, in third place. George Mason 8-1, VCU 8-2, Billiken sitting there at 7-3, and then Dayton. And you were just talking about that at 6-4. I understand. I saw Matt Rocchio, who we've worked with for a number of years, and does a Billiken's podcast and Locked In, was posting that Robbie actually left the game, left the locker room, and then went over to the practice facility on Friday night to get work in. He was so, I guess, for lack of a better term, Coach, upset by his performance that, it's a Friday night and he's not going home, going out or anything like that. He's going to put in work. Can you elaborate on the mindset? I know you just talked about how he's battling through it, and it was a rough one last night as well. But, that conveys how much he cares and the commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he went straight from the locker room to the practice facility. I walked in there, spent some time with him, he's just, the only way when you're struggling, the only way to fix it is to get back into the lab and get to work. And I think there's some parts of the way people are guarding him that he's got to figure out. And I think like last night, that wasn't the case really. Against Dayton, maybe wasn't the case, but there's been some different things he's seen that he hasn't seen before, and part of that is, the way people can guard or load up, in the paint or the way our team's constructed. But, Rob's the kind of guy like you put something in front of him, he wants to figure it out. Nobody, like I said, his standard of performance for himself is incredibly high. He's not a kind of guy who's like, hey, it doesn't bother me, or, he is committed to improvement. He's had, I told him, he's had a pretty charmed career. He came in as a freshman, didn't play much early, became a starter, had really, high level immediate success, played on a really good team that, won 23 games. Came back as a sophomore, became a sensation, played on an unbelievable team that won 32 games. And not that it wasn't adversity, but he was, a great player, very, very little dips in his game. And he's kind of just, had this great run. But, these things aren't linear. And sometimes, regression happens. friction happens, and you need that as a human being. You need those things. You need regression. You need plateaus. You need friction. You have to work through difficulties because that stimulates growth. That's how you get better. I mean, if everything was just progression and you had no friction, no difficulties, no adversity, I don't know. I think standards would wilt, and you wouldn't be as good. And so he's got to fight through this. It's a rough patch. But I know that like I said, my faith in him is that, he's the same player that I've watched for, almost 3 years now. I've watched him against high-level guys. I've watched him against the highest-level competition. It's not that. He's going to he's going to play better. He's got an unbelievable, like I said, emotional temperament. He's got a great work ethic. His care level, his intelligence, all those things are at the highest level. He's a great teammate, great leader. He wants to play better more than anybody, in terms of anybody outside wanting him. And he's going to put his head down and get to work and figure this out. And once he does, we're going to take a huge jump as a team because that's, him getting back to himself takes us to a whole different level. And if we can, continue to build some of this depth that we're starting to see kind of flicker on, we could be at our very best when it matters most here in a couple of weeks. And that's ultimately the goal. We want to win every game we play between now and then, but we want to be at our very best here. We get on that plane to head to Washington.
Billiken's in the mix in the A-10, 7-3 right now in conference. Coach, I've got a two-parter. I love the travel talk. Give me the logistics. You're in Amherst, Mass, UMass last night. You'll play St. Joe's Friday. Give me I'd love to know the travel schedule. And then the second part is about the dish. Brian Kunderman, my understanding is he's staying at a different hotel. Is it a B&B?
Really?
Is he too good for the team? That's my second question.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll do the two parts. The travel. Yes, we are. We're in Amherst right now. Played last night. We're going to depart here in a little bit and head to the airport, and we'll fly to Philly this afternoon, and then we'll go through kind of our walkthrough, unpack the game from last night with the guys, film, walk through the St. Joe's game plan, and a couple of us will head over to catch the girls tonight. They play St. Joe's in Philly, so we'll watch our women's team tonight and cheer them on, and then we'll stay in Philly. So play Friday night and should be home bright and early, 4 a.m. Saturday morning after the game. So it's a 9 o'clock tip. I got to take a nap. No way I can stay awake that long to coach that game. So I'll be working that. But then so we'll get back late Saturday and early Saturday morning. So we'll stay in Philly, enjoy that, and get ready, and have a one-day real practice tomorrow. Thursday there, and play Friday night. In terms of BK. I just think that's. I mean, look, he's primping behind behind my chair, and prima donnas do what prima donnas do. I mean, there's high maintenance players, and there's high maintenance SIDs. And I don't want to I'm not trying to call him out, but I mean that's I'm sure he's staying at like a 5-star, luxurious. I'm sure there's a 5-star hotel or Airbnb or place here in Amherst, and he's out there, and he can't stay with the rest of the team. That's beneath a guy like that. So,
I just want to clarify.
Diva, absolute diva, as you guys know. BK, diva.
Yeah. I think, Tim, once he got called a dish, I think then he started booking separate hotel rooms.
Fairmonts and Ritz-Carltons and Four Seasons. Well, I know the deal. I mean, next week, Doug, Martin, and Jackson are all staying in an Airbnb, and I'm staying at my own separate hotel. So I kind of carry the same.
True.
I kind of carry the same responsibility.
You got the same deal as BK. That's
the life of a dish, Coach, and
that's the life of a dish.
We're both dishes.
He makes us call him that too. Like when we introduce him to people. He's like, this is the dish, Brian Kunderman. I'm like, man, he's like, yeah, you got to refer to me as the dish, Brian Kunderman. So that's what we're going with. I mean, I don't know, but it's, you can't even look him in the eyes. What he said, you got to look down and refer to him as the dish, Brian Kunderman.
That's
you didn't know what you were getting into when you came here, did you?
Yeah, that's a problem.
No, I didn't realize. I mean, I knew there was going to be, I knew there could be some stuff with NIL and players and high maintenance and, a lot of prima donnas. I didn't really think about it from the sports information.
Yeah, you never really think about that. You got to think through it. One final one for you here. We're certainly not asking you to comment on Missouri versus Tennessee. That's taking place tonight. However, Jackson Burkett who is a huge Missouri fan, in the 7 o'clock hour on the program, was saying that Missouri's playing with house money, and we thought that was a loser mentality because I can't imagine any team goes into a game going, we're already in a good spot, so we can go ahead and lose this one. And I would like you to scold Jackson if you could, Coach, because I personally am appalled.
Oh, listen, I'll say this. Missouri's playing as well as anybody in the country. Those guys, I'm super close. I worked with Matt Klein, who's there with Dennis, and good friends with Dennis as well. I'm pulling for those guys. They've had an unbelievable year. I do think they're playing as well as anybody in college basketball. Our offense is amazing. But, yeah, I get what Jackson's saying, but, yeah, Missouri's going in there to win that. I mean, they want their position themselves. At this point of the year, you're trying to win every single game in front of you. As you get down this stretch run, it's all about, being able to play to your standard, play to your identity, build momentum. You're trying to these kind of games, these kind of tests. Absolutely. You're trying, the SEC is, I think right now, a gauntlet. I don't know if I've seen anything in my coaching career like what that schedule is like for those guys. So this is an incredible opportunity. I guarantee you they're going in with all the confidence in the world. You can make a case that they've been maybe, here the last few weeks, the best team in the country, one of the best teams in the country for sure. And I think they're gonna 100% all in on beating Tennessee tonight.
Wow, how about that, Jackson? Coach Schertz just dunked on you.
I echo his sentiment.
It's like Jordan on Ewing.
Did you hear a different answer? That's
what I'll play the audio back.
I know, and I'll feel vindicated.
Coach, thank you so much for coming on the program, following the big win. We always appreciate it. And Doug will send you a text apologizing for the way he coached the first 37 minutes last night.
I had him up at the halftime. You're welcome.
You did a great job in the first half, Doug, and I'm sorry for being on the road. The conflicts in these schedules, for me not being able to be in my normal. And Martin, is just constantly vacationing. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, what's the deal with that? This is great. Everybody's taking shrapnel.
We might have to bring me in. Might have to keep Doug and sub out Martin if this continues. If he's just going to constantly
Martin's
not be there.
out now.
Makes a lot of sense.
I'm just trying to figure out if we can push out so I can step in. So
he's ready to go.
Probing.
Yeah, come back, win in the final minute, and then Martin's out the next morning. That's how this thing moves around here. And then Kunderman's staying at the Ritz. There's your summary. Coach, always enjoy the conversation. Thanks so much for the time.
Same, Tim. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. We'll talk soon. Take care.
Take it easy, man. That's Josh Schertz with us here on TMA. I was looking for him to rip Jackson's ass, and he did a little bit, but we kind of got to get a little breakdown there on the SEC. In addition to, Martin, you're out. So
I'm out. Apparently, I vacation too much. I think he's down on the onboarding.
I think it might be the onboarding.
Yeah. Wow, Chipper Jones just tweeted, heard Coach Schertz rip Martin, and then he put the little eyes.
Eye emoji again.
Yes. Yeah. Chipper chiming in.
It's great to have.
Coach is a Mizzou fan. I don't know. Not every Billiken fan will want to hear that, but that's a great thing.
Yeah, I was just setting him up to because I was curious, like on a mindset, legitimately, because I do get. I'm just screw around here, Jackson. I get where you're coming from
as a fan.
I mean, I for me individually, the Mississippi State, I'm like, okay,
right.
That's. Doing that by that margin, I'll be really curious because from a gambler standpoint, I think I was saying this to you guys off the air, and I would wonder if he was aware of this. Dayton got blown off the floor by St. Bonaventure a few nights before coming to St. Louis on Friday, and logic would dictate they're going to have a bounce back. It also works the other way. When a team has the kind of game that Missouri had on Saturday, you kind of, which is why I see that spread at 9.5, and I go, it looks like Las Vegas might have factored that in, the psychology of then you can come out and have a rough game. If they come out and have a game, I don't know if you can have a similar game like the one in Mississippi State. That's really saying something. I'll be curious from a Billiken standpoint, a win like that last night, what that does for a team. Those things are real. I think even more so. We talked about it last week with college basketball. Psychology. I'm telling you, I don't know if you happen to see it, Martin, when we were at the game on Friday night. Anthony Grant, the head coach at Dayton, his body language was terrible in the second half. I mean, it really conveyed a coach who knew his teams had problems on the road. I mean, that's a team that beat UConn earlier in the season. I know UConn's kind of flopped around, but Dayton, played North Carolina, played Iowa State, and have had some problems away from their building. And he was sitting there with that. He was in the surrender cobra, actually. Had the hands behind his head as the Billikens ring. I'm going, God, what a
He didn't look like he was coaching a lot. I thought he was just kind of
conveying a lack of confidence.
I did see him kind of pacing the sidelines, kind of throwing his arms up a few times.
This is really bad body language. And, you're talking about guys who are super young, and they can either really rise with the momentum or they can fall when it's up against them. The Billikens got something, and you can hear it in their coach's voice. He's stunned by what took place. Let's see if they can carry that over. And keep in mind, they did it without, Doug, do you call him Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Slew Alcindor?
Larry Nerd.
Even though he's left Indiana State, he's still Larry Nerd.
Carrying that over. What if he can get right? Great conversation, a lot of insight there, and I think the thing with Coach Schertz, and it doesn't have to be our show, it could be any show. You hear his personality, and I don't know how many times I've seen it, whether it be in our text inbox or the YouTube chat when he comes on the show. People are like, I don't really know much about this guy. Wouldn't call myself a huge Billiken fan, but I just like him, and that makes me pull for the team because I like the guy. So it's a great thing that he comes on here, and then he gives you that kind of detail too. It's outstanding.
And the Kunderman story is real because Brian Kunderman is the sports information director, was in studio with Schertz, and of course the YouTube weirdos called him a dish. And Brian, last night, I said, I'm going to text Coach, what's the plan, timing? I was just trying to get their logistics. He said, don't know, I'm at a different hotel. And I thought, oh my God.
I really respect that move.
And actually, Amherst may not have hotels big enough for the whole squad. I don't know why, but he is at a different hotel, and I thought Coach would probably
different view of the full play ball.
I saw Kunderman buying bling over here at Diamonds Direct next to us at the radio station.
You're kidding me.
Wow.
Yes. Yes, I am.
You serious, Clark?
Thought he had the Chris May black card that Schertz was talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to participate in the program, as Martin calls it, the YouTube weirdos. What do they call it in the fast lane? The Viper Pit?
Snake Pit.
Snake Pit. YouTube.com/TMASTL. John Scores. Whoa, weirdos! He's not happy about it. YouTube.com/TMASTL.
Well, the ones who say things like the dish, not John.
Doug has noticed, though, our listeners really are attracted to us, and in particular men, more often than not, which is surprising because I don't know if a woman listens to this show.
No, there aren't but one or two.
The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, and other than that...
Wreck me, Doug.
How about that?
We're the best-kept beefcake secret in the business.
I like that. Ladies and gentlemen, email in about the best kept beefcake secret in the business. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. And I would also recommend, while you're online, going to CarltonInsurance.net and working with James Carlton. He's my insurance agent. He has been for 6 years, and he does a wonderful job. You don't believe me? Oh, you're just doing a commercial. What do you know? That's funny. You know what I call you? I call you a coward.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Wow. Charlatan?
Go after.
That's what you do. I mean, it sounds soft. Frauds. It's embarrassment. Well, what you do is you go to CarltonInsurance.net or you Google James Carlton, State Farm Insurance Agent. Then you see 410 5-star reviews like this one from Lauren Bryant, posted 4 months ago. Today, I had the pleasure of meeting with James Carlton and his team at State Farm in regard to an event I worked through with the American Cancer Society from the very beginning. James was incredibly supportive and enthusiastic about our mission. His dedication to community involvement truly sets him apart. James provided invaluable assistance by offering generous financial support. If you're looking for an insurance agent who goes above and beyond to support local initiatives, look no further than James Carlton. We're incredibly grateful for his partnership and look forward to collaborating with him again in the future. He's online at CarltonInsurance.net, or you can call 314-961-4800. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines. The program is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
The Auto Loan Pro wants to do more than help you buy your next car. They're also going to help you get your credit back on track. And if you go to the website, autoloanpro.com, you can download the free playbook. Autoloanpro.com. Scroll down. You'll see Robert Thomas on the site, and you'll see the free playbook. The playbook explains to you how credit works. Most folks don't understand. And right now you're trying to buy a car. It's complicated. Get that next car and then work on your credit with your friends at the Auto Loan Pro. Little to no money down. They're going to work hard to get you the best rates possible. Making that large purchase can be complicated. You need a pro to help you, and that is the Auto Loan Pro. There's only one thing to know. Choose the pro. Auto Loan Pro is going to work with over 50 lenders to help you get the best financing available. It's autoloanpro.com. Make sure to download the free playbook as you buy a car. Next time around, you'll buy a different car. You're learning the process with your friends at Auto Loan Pro. It's part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. This just in from Shams Charania. The Milwaukee Bucks are trading Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, and a pick swap to the Wizards for Kyle Kuzma and Patrick Baldwin Jr. That just in from Shams. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
I do that. Is this Send Me Forgive Me Nuts?
I don't know what it is.
Which Will Smith sampled for Men in Black? There's Will right there.
You see his kid had a house on his head at the Grammys?
I'm sorry, like Wizard of Oz situation?
Well, similar, I guess. That was his hat. Was a house. Very odd. Very weird.
Too much. Trying too hard. Remember Bjork would wear meat?
That's Lady Gaga, and Iggy is in the chat on YouTube, and you're looking for a fight.
Yeah, watch it.
Bjork did some weird... let me Google.
Doug, what did Bjork do?
I don't know what he did.
No, it's a she. Weird outfits.
She wasn't the one who showed up naked the other night.
No,
Bjork.
Kanye's wife.
Bianca Censori?
Yeah, boy.
Talk about look at me.
You talking about me?
Very odd.
There's a whole page. Bjork's most eccentric, over the top, and Bjorkiest looks of all time. See if I can find it. Swan dress? Doug, you remember the swan dress?
No, I don't.
She likes to go with quirky sculptural pieces that double as artwork, often in metallic shades.
And how do they sit down wearing stuff like that? They take it all off when the show starts, or do they even get in? Is it just, please look at me and give me some attention? And then if they get it, they hang around, and as soon as the attention stops, they go home?
I can't answer that, honestly.
That was crowdsourcing, wasn't it?
I assume they take it off.
You catch yourself crowdsourcing.
Yeah, I did, yeah. I apologize.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Mark.
No, why was the kid wearing a house on his head? Was it
Jaden Smith's an odd duck.
Is it related to the name of an album or a song? Is there any connection to anything?
He's an odd duck.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
A lot of them are.
Okay.
That's a different sort of folks out there.
Yeah, some of them. Yeah, I don't want to group everybody in the same category. And some people just,
some people like things and some people don't like other
exactly.
Think about that. Think about what you just said right there.
Right, it just might not be your taste.
So, yeah, I guess you guys are not going to mention that Mom's Deli is closing? Scooped again. Yikes. That's from Mitch. How about a little Popeye's chicken? Is that good for your cumstein? Well, I think the headline on KMOV's website that we saw is a little misleading. Now, I know in our industry, which is a great industry, if you have kids who are 15, 16, 17, I would say get into journalism. It is.
It's where the money is.
It's where the money is. It's integrity.
Public loves you.
Oh, it's where it's at. Now, sometimes, unfortunately, people will write headlines that don't represent the truth or say things that are actually factually inaccurate. And in this particular case, Mom's Deli is not closing, and I have had some people texting/DMing about the topic. And here's some insight, Doug. You want to hear some insight?
Yes, I would love that. Yeah,
I've got this from a few people this morning. The building is actually owned, according to my sources, by the family. Okay. However, it's owned by siblings, and two of the siblings do not want to renew the lease, and one of the siblings is the owner of the business. And so, therefore, the owner of the business is now looking for another place, but she does continue to plan to operate it in a new location. So, Mom's Deli, per my sources, not closing, but going to have to relocate because of these sets of circumstances, according to multiple sources in the listening audience today. So there you go.
Well, then the obvious question is what happened in the family that they want to split it up, that they don't want to keep working in that location that's been so successful for them.
Maybe somebody will call in. Mom's Deli, call in. Interesting that it could be a family situation, and it's Mom's Deli. And yet the kids are having difference of opinion, we'll just allegedly. What did Channel 4 say?
I
don't know. Wasn't
down.
Shutting down. Click, click, click. Oh, it's actually not. Oh, it's not shutting down.
Right.
But I've already clicked. So now I'm all in.
That's kind of like the Chipper Jones reacts to Jim Edmonds thing. But yes, I mean, the headline is St. Louis' favorite mom's deli set to shut doors. And then you read it and you go, oh, well, that's not what the sign says.
Well, I guess their doors are shutting until they open new doors.
Good for you for holding rights for your current place of employment.
Until we see it actually in business somewhere else, their doors have been shuttered.
But if they leave...
February 23rd, for the record, is what the sign on the door says. But they are looking for a new location.
Sunset Hill's welcoming them with open arms.
And the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom says she's moving them to Ladue. They'll be on the south side, 63109 till I die. Why, ask why.
If they left the city, I think their patrons would be outraged, which would affect revenue.
Guys, let's get the St. Louis Board of Aldermen to help decide.
That'd be a good answer.
The Nolan Arenado situation, I feel like I'm going to get $50 from a number of listeners. I think it's coming to a head. Harold Reynolds and Matt Vasgersian this morning on MLB Network talking about the situation, as John Morosi writing that the Cardinals and Red Sox talks have intensified here as of late.
Approve a trade too shortly thereafter, yet there's been a stalemate. Do you think this circling back with the Red Sox is real, or is this just smoke?
No doubt.
You say
it's real.
Okay.
And I think it's real because it's a team Nolan would go to. And they're at a standstill with the Cardinals. You got to bring him back to camp, and him and John Mozeliak have to look at each other and figure it out. So, yeah, I think it's real. The Cardinals don't want to bring him back to camp. What are you going to do with Nolan Gorman, who has to play? And you basically have soured the waters with this relationship. You got to move him. And the Red Sox are a club that he would move to.
Well, the productivity in terms of power came down last year. Nobody's doubting that this is still an elite player, let alone third baseman. How would it look with Nolan Arenado at Fenway? Well,
boy, that wasn't much of an edit there. There it is, mid-sentence.
Now, I have to say, whereas over the past few years, Jackson's been with the show for how many years, Jackson? Four plus?
Yep.
The outpoints have been questionable on the editing.
Yeah,
it would be holding Jackson's rights to defend his outpoints. In this particular case, I just sent the audio to him in a commercial break, and he didn't have a chance to use the shears.
It's true. Okay. Also, any time where I have a questionable outpoint, it's because the audio, I didn't choose that outpoint. It was chosen for me. I'm just doing the best I can. It's either have no audio or have a bad outpoint, and I'll take the former all day. So
I
take that,
enjoyed.
Vaughn.
Well, who's choosing them?
Take that, Vaughn.
That's because it comes off of Twitter, and people don't care on Twitter about the outpoint. That's where I get most of my audios, on Twitter.
I enjoyed the question to Harold Reynolds, is it this or that? And he said, no doubt. And then Matt Vasgersian kind of said, well, which one? But they are echoing clearly at the national level what we've been saying. You can't picture Arenado showing up at camp. I mean, Harold Reynolds basically said he can't see him showing up at camp for the Cardinals. And so now this national narrative, I don't know if the agent is still trying to force Boston's hand or convince them it's a great idea, but it feels like it's got a little more meat right now that maybe he could end up on the Red Sox.
And maybe the Cardinals are trying to get a little something in return. Not just give them away.
I just keep going back to, if they're willing to pick up a bunch of money, I think they can get a great prospect. Great being relative to the situation. Make sure I verbally italicize that. If they want them to pick up damn near all of the money, kind of like the situation with Houston, I doubt they're going to get much of a player in return. So then you sit there and you go as a fan, you don't really give a damn about the money. You want them to get a big prospect in return.
You look back at what Colorado got from the Cardinals when the Arenado trade sent him here, which was next to nothing.
Right. Because it'd be one thing if you're like, well, they're going to save a bunch of money, maybe they'll go out and get somebody else. But how much confidence do you have in that being the case, instead of just storing that money away?
The Cardinals parted with very little to get him.
Austin
when he was still very much in his prime. Gomber was like the only major leaguer, and they had like 4 other minor league players that weren't even near the top of the Cardinals prospect list rankings. So, if that's all it took to get him a few years ago, it's going to be really not much now, I would think.
Right. The Goldschmidt deal was Weaver and Kelly. Is that right?
Yes.
And I remember at the press conference doing radio with Frank, and we had Mr. DeWitt, Bill DeWitt Jr. on. And in the break, I said, my God, I said, you fleeced him. I said, you gave him some crap for that. And he said, You didn't like our players? He was offended. I was trying to compliment the trade, and I guess I was so dismissive of what they gave up, he was actually offended.
It was stunning.
Weaver and Kelly, and then Colorado got all the young guys plus Comber. Again, it won't be a 30 for 30. Maybe it's a 15 for 15. But why did Colorado so desperately want to unload Arenado? And then they turn around and sign Chris Bryant.
Legitimately fair question.
Like, why were they so desperate? Here, you take him. And take a bunch of money, too. Hey, we're just unloading salary. Oh, well, we'll sign Chris Bryant for $200 million.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday I asked you gentlemen what the percentage was you thought that Arenado would be in Jupiter. Martin, did you say 1%? Doug said more than
1, yeah.
You said 1? Okay, I'll say 2.
You said 50% yesterday.
50. Oh, okay. Well, let me.
This is sounding like a Dan Orlovsky show now.
You're talking about, is he ever in Jupiter at any point?
No, he just played in a member guest 2 weeks ago. He did really well, too.
Is he ever in Cardinal camp?
Cardinal camp at
Will we
Jupiter.
ever see him?
Okay,
I'm going to go to. Well, I was thinking of something else.
That starts to make me wonder if Doug is just saying things for effect. And speaking of which, here's Stephen A. Smith. Take a listen to this exchange yesterday. Molly Querim, she plays the role of, would you say moderator or provocateur? Would you say moderator or provocateur?
I never say provocateur.
All right, then here you go. Take a listen. Okay. There's a spit take like Chevy Chase.
Trying to get it in, trying to get it in.
What was that?
That was Ramsey.
Stephen A. called the Billiken game.
Sorry, here we go.
But why are they, well, hold on. Why are they annoying? They win. What else is it? Does Patrick Mahomes get in trouble? Is he someone who's why is he annoying?
Listen, I would know something about that. I'm considered one of the most annoying people in television. Why do you think that is?
Molly legit bitch. He legit bitch.
I certainly can't relate.
Stephen A. was like, I have the perfect analogy. Look at me. Look at me. I'm annoying.
You literally need to get the gym shot. Hold on. I've never done this in my quadrillion years. I spit up straight out my mouth. And I apologize, America. Oh my gosh. Stephen A. and I have never got along more.
Let the record show.
Oh my goodness.
Stephen A. said, I can relate to you, Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. I relate. I win all the time. He finally told me the truth.
Oh my God. Go ahead, Stephen A. I'm sorry. I apologize, everyone.
April marks 13 consecutive years at #1, baby. I mean, this is what we do. But
I win and they hate me.
By the way, as us damn right, and keep on hating because I'm going to keep on winning. But here's the deal, y'all. It's amazing. And it's a distraction.
Oh, in the audio description, I wrote down got a Guinness World Record for most people talking simultaneously.
I think so, and for a long time.
He's tried saying April for 42 seconds.
So what he was attempting to do, which made Molly Querim spit whatever libation she was by saying that he can relate to Patrick Mahomes because all he does is win, and therefore people find him annoying. Because the question they were debating is, and by debating I use that term loosely,
sure,
but is why do people find Patrick Mahomes annoying? And I have to go back to the premise. I didn't know that people really found Patrick Mahomes annoying.
I don't know if they find him personally annoying.
Right. I think team people get sick of the same team winning.
Yeah.
I think there's that, and he's the face of the team, but I don't think necessarily people find him annoying, but maybe I'm off. Do you think people find Mahomes annoying?
No, I don't. Well, some must in order for the question even to come up.
Now you're operating on the premise that that's built on integrity.
What's on integrity? The fact that they brought it up or the fact that people are actually finding him annoying?
The former.
I think Tim's saying they make crap up just to talk about
Martin just called out my hand. Queen Jack suited.
They
Good
basically
hand. Good starting hand.
Just they're in a meeting. All right, what do we got today? Chiefs O-line versus Eagles front seven. No. Is Mahomes annoying?
Well, the Chiefs definitely have their haters.
No doubt.
But nobody finds Mahomes annoying. It's a false premise. He's extremely likable. You could be sick of the Chiefs, tired of Kansas City always winning, being in every commercial maybe is slightly annoying because they're in all the commercials. He couldn't be more likable. We were watching some clips here. He answers every question, gives you a little bit of meat on the bone. Oh, yeah, man, Tom Brady's calling the game. I'm so excited. It's so cool. Good. Oh, yeah, we just want to play our best game. And anytime you have a chance in history, I mean, he plays ball all day long.
Self-deprecating.
Yeah.
So the premise, I think, is, but now, bottom line is Stephen A. Smith is Patrick Mahomes, and now we've learned that, and we also learned that Molly Querim does. She said she has never done a spit take on television in her career.
I enjoy a good spit take.
Oh yeah,
Chevy Chase, master of the spit take.
Well, Danny Thomas was doing it back in the '60s. I remember because for a while they called it the Danny Thomas spit take.
Oh, is that right?
You know,
a good organic spit take is. It's hard to.
It's pretty good.
It's about as good as
and if it comes out your nose, that's even better.
Yeah. Starts to like drown a little.
Mm-hmm. Caller Janet, defender of St. Louis against Charlotte, says, "My brother thinks Patrick is a whiner." And then she also said in the text above, "I listen every day with my son. We like your sports talk, but when you start talking about men's butts and packages, well, I'm not a fan."
Right.
That's from Janet. Well, Janet, Doug will apologize because that's kind of your bailiwick.
It's not my thing. No.
My stepdad and I used to paint each other's chest.
Okay, here we go again. Here we go.
What if Janet calls over to Channel 4? You're going to be in some hot
I won't be there.
water.
I won't be there.
You make me feel like a natural woman.
Is that your voice?
I was just testing the microphone, I'm sure.
So Stephen A. is just like Patrick Mahomes, according to Stephen A.
Correct, and then Molly Querim then spits out a beverage.
And I will say, as radio hosts, we do it on occasion. I've been guilty of it. I hate it when people talk over one another. We've all done it. It happens when you have multiple voices on a show. That may have been one of the most egregious examples where nobody backed off. Nobody said, okay, I'll just let this person finish. Can I hear it again, Jackson? Because I think it may be
this is an audio delight, though.
Some of the worst audio we've ever played. Take a listen.
Because you win. Molly legit bitch. He legit bitch.
I certainly can't.
Stephen A. was like, I have the perfect analogy. Look at me. Look at me. I'm annoyed.
You literally need to get the gym shot. Hold on. I've never done this in my quadrillion years on TV. I spit up straight out my mouth. Like, I apologize, America. Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
good idea.
Gosh.
It's brutal. Yeah, crosstalk is something you try to avoid. It's a occupational hazard. But when you're on ESPN and you do it for a good 50 seconds there, it's tough.
When you're the ones talking live, you can kind of get through it because you kind of hear everybody.
Right.
But when you hear it on the radio or TV, it's just you hear nothing.
Yeah, you absolutely hear nothing.
Yeah.
Just like Stephen A. Smith compares himself to Mahomes, I think Tim has every right to compare himself to Tom Brady because they're both the GOAT in their respective industry. Doug, that's from Mr. Licks.
Yeah.
Are we giving out a text of the day today? Or
no, that wouldn't be it.
Local broadcast hero, Tim McKernan.
Okay, here we go with the lemonade.
That's a senator. That's a senator talking
My
right
senator.
there.
Sports analyst, Tim McKernan.
That's correct. Ladies and gentlemen, you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email day. It's coming your way in an hour. I mean, hey, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom was 29-1 when January started, and she won the whole damn thing. Hey, just because Buck Swope and JV golf coach are there every day, and you can count on them to perform well, that doesn't mean you can't win. A bunch of new listeners here on 101 ESPN are finding themselves getting their text read because Jackson will change their text number to a name in the first week. But when February 8th rolls around, it's over. You're done for.
Yes.
Right.
So get your text name saved now or call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Callier and Thompson?
Yes, I do. I do indeed. I know they are the go-to source for every design consideration. You know, there's a lot of times people have been in their homes for a while and they're kind of tired of it. It's outdated. It hasn't been updated in many years. They'd like to move into a different house, but interest rates make that very difficult right now, especially if you got a really low interest rate. Collier and Thompson can help you through that. They can make your house into one that you would love to live in, maybe for many, many more years to come. They can give you a whole new kitchen, a new master bathroom. They can redo a basement, finish a basement, anything in your house, anything in the interior. Collier and Thompson's right there. And the big thing is this is a company that you can trust. And in this business, that's not always easy to do. So a lot of contractors, they don't show up when they're going to tell you to. Maybe they don't even answer the phone. You don't know if they're going to finish. And the carpenter goes and takes another job when your house is still messed up. You never have to deal with any of that with Collier and Thompson. They have been in business since the 1950s, making St. Louis homes look like show places. It is hard to know who to trust to be in your home, who will always be there to back up the work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available to you. All of their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same way as if it was their own. So if you need work done with your home, anything at all, Collier & Thompson is right there to get it done for you. They're on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Baseball America just releasing their top 30 for ranking the organizations and their major league prospects. Major league organizations, minor league prospects.
Okay.
That just coming out. Where do the Cardinals fall?
Oh, boy.
I can't tell you now because I'm teasing you.
I see. What was that little giggle?
I'm on a Sibian.
Oh, no.
You will find out the answer on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, whose voice do we hear right now?
Can I have initials,
voted
please?
as the greatest sitcom of all time by Inside STL. The gentleman's voice you hear would star in a 1980s sitcom of his own. His son would
Bill
become
Cosby.
a pop star.
Yeah.
Doug's workshopping it.
Can I have initials, please?
A.T.
Aaron Taylor?
Aaron Taylor Johnson.
He was with the Packers.
Abraham Tuckington? Who is that?
Abraham Tuckington.
Who is Abraham Tuckington?
He would play Tuck Tuck Goose.
Oh.
That was Ted Levine.
Okay.
Buffalo
It's
Bill?
Yeah.
Armstrong Tuft.
Wow.
Second letter.
I like watching Martin's face while Doug plays guessing games.
Steel trap over here.
Second letter, first
L.
name. Alan. Oh, yeah. Alan Thicke.
Yes!
All right. See, that was easy. Got it. All right.
And of course, he played Dr. Jason Seaver on Growing Pains with the delightful Kirk Cameron, friend of the show.
Is he?
I don't know. I always liked Alan Thicke. He was a talented guy.
Died at a young age playing hockey.
did.
I think he had a heart attack. Big hockey guy. Friends with all those boys. Like I think he was friends with Chaser, and you know about that, Martin?
Like Dave Coulier, that kind of grouping.
Yeah, absolutely.
He died in 2016.
Oh.
We're talking Alan Thicke?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
who are you talking about?
What are you doing?
Sometimes my mind
thought we were
eludes
talking
me.
about the
He
same
died at
thing.
69. I mean, I wouldn't say he was...
Uh-oh.
Oh, gosh. So you think someone 69 ought to be dead?
No, I'm
put his time in.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
You're
60.
good with that, huh?
This is my overall premise
really pushing it
of
at
like
69.
young and old is dependent on perspective. Like when someone is 69, like walking around, you're like, oh, it's about an older person. But when they die, they're like, oh my God, they were so young. It's like, well, it's how old do you have to be where you're not so young? You know.
When should people die, Jackie?
What's the appropriate day for us to go?
Plowsy wanted him dead at like 50.
That's not true. He just wanted to move to an island so they could get out of the way. Which, you know, Plowhawk is a special breed. Whenever your time comes, I don't know. You don't want to live forever, I'll tell you that much.
Well, no one's ever
That'll
done
be a
it.
nice promo, Martin.
You don't. They would give rid of the zest of life.
But nowadays, there's some people who are in really good shape, well into their 70s.
Oh, yeah.
And that used to be considered ancient.
Oh, yeah.
Ancient.
My dad's in great shape, 72.
He really is.
71. I don't know my age, my
we
pop.
played
71.
golf together, last year?
Yeah.
He is in great shape, 71 years old. I deep teased this here on TMA 101 ESPN. Baseball America ranking the prospects for 2025 MLB farm systems. Just released it, Doug, this morning.
Okay.
Where do you think the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals fall?
Out of 30 teams, I'll say they're about 18.
Martin Kilcoyne.
Just a wild guess.
And this is based on prospects.
That's right.
23.
Jackson Burkett.
I'll go 14.
Chairman Kurt.
30.
Now, before you tell us, what counts as a prospect? Is Jordan Walker still a prospect? Is Nolan Gorman still a prospect?
I don't think you can count. I don't think.
Here's what I would tell you, Doug. I wouldn't mess with your answer because you were exactly right.
Oh, I was.
Number 18,
Okay.
Doug Vaughn. He might not know Alan Thicke by voice, but he knows what the Cardinals are ranked in baseball.
And Jackson wants you dead.
Yeah.
Gosh, here you are nailing picks.
Per Baseball America, the Cardinals must have felt like they won the lottery when top college shortstop J.J. Weatherholt dropped to them at number 7 overall in 2024. He heads the system. Their previous rank in 2024, they were ranked 20th. In 2023, ranked 9th. In 2022, ranked 18th. 2021, 12th. And 2020, 14th. So they've been minus 2023 in this vicinity for the last few years. The number 1 farm system. Anybody want to fire a bet at the pot? I'll tell you this. I'm going to give you a hint.
Pittsburgh.
It's going to surprise you.
Oh, it is.
Senior or junior circuit?
Doug has a problem with that.
Okay.
Doug has a real problem with that.
Because it's so meaningless. Can we have initials on this?
I was going to do a bundle. Can I do a bundle, Tim?
Ooh, yeah. Chairman Kurt says you can. He's in my line, so I can't.
Less of a payoff, but I was going to bundle Tampa, Cleveland, and the Dodgers into a bundle.
You would not get paid off on that. You wouldn't even have anybody in the top 2.
Wow.
That. Jackson Burkett.
Kansas City.
No, I'm sorry, Chairman Kurt.
Boston.
I'm picking up a read. You might know something over there.
No.
Wow. I mean, why would you guess Boston? But that was right.
Yeah.
No, look at
How
him.
about that, Doug? We get everything right on this show.
We do.
That was based on absolutely nothing.
It's because, well, you're sitting there going, it'd be a surprise. So a surprise would probably be like Boston or the Yankees. The fact that the Dodgers have the bankroll they have, the television contract they have, the Major League roster they have, and the third best farm system, that's, watch this. Hold on a second. I got to get the YouTube camera. Watch this. Scary.
You don't need to do that with your hands.
Scary. What a reward for the people watching in the YouTube.
Will you be signing at a City Hall press conference soon? You'll be the guy over in the corner?
I will be. Yeah, it is the Cardinals at 18, but number 1, the team that they could be doing business with, Nolan Arenado. Do the Cardinals maybe say, hey, would you be interested in some of our other players if you would like to give us your number 1 farm system?
They'll never get that.
What?
They'll
It's a good
never
sign,
get
though,
their
because
top
Chaim
players.
Bloom left Boston in good shape. That's a good sign for Cardinal fans.
Maybe they can trade him to the Mavericks.
Oh, you're still bitter about Luke.
Quit trying to groom us on NBA.
Klay Thompson's brother played in the league.
So that's the tie-in, Doug.
Outfield.
And he's buddies with Arenado.
So the
there you
Red
go.
Sox have the number 1. That's pretty good for a big market team that can spend to have that kind of young talent coming through the pipeline. And by the way, that J.J. Weatherholt, part of the Steve Klein tree. We've also got Victor Scott from West Virginia. You've got Weatherholt, West Virginia. People are high on him, and they rarely have had a pick. I mentioned all those swings and misses in the first round yesterday, but rarely were they picks. They were always 19, 20, 30. Rarely have they had a top 10 pick. That was part of the payoff for the crappy 23 season. So maybe there's, we're 18, Doug. We can move on up from there.
I guess they probably have to change positions at some point because it
new position
looks like their best player is possibly Mason Wynn.
Right. But if you're proficient at shortstop, chances are you can
probably play anywhere else. Yeah.
You moved Skip Schumacher from center to second base, and it worked.
Right. Sure it did.
Proud of that.
This guy can play. I don't know where they'd put him, either second or third. Probably.
So help me, Doug would say it. I feel like you might have said it to Mozeliak, too. For real. And now, of course, deep down we know that wasn't the reason. But Doug would talk about it for a while.
It just seems so obvious. He was a shortstop in college. They had no second baseman. They had too many outfielders. He was a solid player at the time.
You're a good baseball man.
Why not try him? Yeah. Me and Joe Patini are good baseball men.
Cowboy Joe Patini. Dr. Brandon Pryor is a good tooth man, and he's at 100 West Dental. He's a tooth man. He is.
Like the Old West. Anybody know a tooth man?
Ladies and gentlemen, they have a great deal going on at 100westdental.com. If you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. How about that? Mention my name, $1,000 off Invisalign at 100westdental.com. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. And then at 100 West Dental, you might be going, well, I don't have dental insurance. That's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. This sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Go to 100westdental.com. Work with Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal listener of the program, or you can call 636-585-0100. That's 100 West Dental. Martin, are you going on onboarding today, or because we have a show meeting, talking spring training meeting with Tommy Mattern here coming up at 11 o'clock, are you going to stick around? I mean, hey, if you got an onboard, you got an onboard.
I got a little onboarding. I think I've got one more segment. The other thing is I like to give KG the chance to dance. I like to get him over here to the big chair, so I never like to block the kids from their opportunity.
This is his chance
to further
so
their
altruistic.
broad. Yeah. So let's hang for a little bit.
It's a nice gesture on your part.
It is. Doug, you do, though. You stay here because you do want to block
I don't want any kids. I don't want any children taking my spot.
That's right.
How old are you, KG?
27.
20. You're like 35?
39.
Is this your dating
39.
profile you're reading?
Well, you said you wanted the kids to have a chance. He's 39 years old.
Oh, yeah, but I'm spry.
Yes, you are.
Martin, before you go, I think it's important to get to this question in the Stiefel dossier. Jackson, could you please read 9-3 in the Stiefel dossier? Because Buck Swope was very critical of how you tied Saturday Night Live into some question last week. Well, and I am intrigued by the tie-in here. Martin, this is 9-3 Stiefel, the sponsor of our dossier, because our audience is well known for their net worth.
Yeah, so I put this in the dossier before maybe it was you, Martin, brought up Kanye's wife on the red carpet. Did you all see Kanye's wife's outfit on the red carpet? I'd like to see Doug in that little number. Who's an athlete likely late in their career on a different team who just looks wrong or really odd in their new uniform?
Boy, we shifted gears right in the middle of all that.
No.
First, I was naked on the red carpet, and then we went to an athlete in the wrong uniform.
I was saying it looked weird. It looked weird. Her being out there basically naked looked weird.
All right.
And I was
going to be all over this.
I was wondering. I just like to tie it in. I like to have some fun. Listen, you don't hire Picasso to paint your little dentist office.
Wow, Dr. Brader Pryor's dentist office. I wonder what's dental. Which is unbelievable too.
Not a shot at, or like a psychiatrist office, like a little painting you just put in the reception office. You hire Picasso.
Lorraine Brockett.
You commission Picasso over here to paint you a masterpiece. And that's what I do. So if you just want a question that you can get out of
Martin, do you follow it all?
I don't have 9-3. I don't.
Because you don't like the fluid dossier. That you don't get the benefits of the fluid dossier.
But in
Stiefel likes fluid dossiers.
That's right.
But in 8-3, I do have a question being offered, and it's different. If someone asked me for $5 cash, I couldn't help them. To me and many of my peers, cash is antiquated. Could one say with the new playoff baseball format, okay, we're shifting. Could one say with the new baseball playoff format, that team construction that was once successful might not be all that important? Could traditional baseball roster construction be the same as cash? Is it just sneaking in and trying your luck, Venmo or Zelle?
Yeah.
That was 8-3 we glossed over.
That's a great question.
To Doug being on the runway.
That's an outstanding question.
Into 9-3.
Chairman Kurt's exhausted by the question.
That's a great question.
Is cash antiquated?
You guys don't understand unique talent, and that's cool.
Clip that off.
That's
do
cool.
you do peyote at a certain time of day and construct the dossier?
The question tap is dry.
What?
Turned off. Faucet
Jackson is no longer doing questions on the Stiefel dossier.
You're bitter.
Faucet's dry. Yeah.
Taking your ball and going home.
No, I'm a true artist. Whenever I go, then people will respect my game.
Can I give you an answer to your first one?
Which one is that? Doug being naked on the runway?
Yeah.
It tied into that.
Yeah, I like that.
I always thought Shaq looked really weird in Celtics uniform.
Yeah, big agree.
All right, so Jackson's getting the answers that he wants.
Major.
Well, there's a lot of guys like that. Joe Namath looked bad in a Rams uniform.
Right.
Bob Gibson looked weird coaching the New York Mets in a Mets uniform.
Jordan and the Wizards.
No doubt.
Friend of the program, Jim Edmonds in a Cubs uniform.
Yeah. Really odd. Yeah.
Is he sideways with them?
and if you're good at like if you play Immaculate Grid a lot, this kind of stuff's important, because you're trying to get guys who barely.
Immaculate Grid?
Yeah, like do you ever play the Immaculate Grid game?
Hell no.
Okay. Well then.
What is it?
It's like a grid, like a player to play for both the Cardinals and the Blue Jays, and you're trying to find like the most unique person to have played for both.
Oh, Troy Glaus, Scott Rowland.
Right. Those would be big answers. Those would be the ones you want more like this. So that kind of stuff.
Jordan Hicks.
Yeah, or like a Cardinal who also had 4 seasons of 20+ home runs. Stuff like that. That's what an Immaculate Grid is, and they do it every day.
Okay.
It's like Wordle.
Let me, Jack, just stop reading questions and stop trying to be the smartest guy in a room.
Not trying to be smart. It's just trying to be creative. It's fun. Gives me a little zest of life. If you don't like it, pack it up.
And I don't think
you just told Beer Cats to pack it up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, he's not happy about anything.
Cash isn't completely antiquated either. Like, how are you going to pay that kid who comes and shovels your driveway or cuts your grass?
He wears a hat with a little Venmo QR.
You're going to hand him a credit card?
No, Venmo.
What if he's 12 years old?
Just tell him you'll get him back.
12 years old doesn't have Venmo. How are you going to pay for lemonade?
Gift cards, probably.
Yeah. Kid down the street's got a lemonade stand. How are you going to pay them?
Now I'm on to 8-2.
Oh, he was setting you up and he didn't want it.
I know, I'm just mesmerized
by the questions.
When it comes to a sport changing styles, whether that be tempo, strategy, roster construction, do you think these changes are seismic and happen in a eureka fashion?
Eureka.
Or do you think it's more of a
Cam Jansen now takes a hit.
Huzzah might have been a better word there.
Or do you think it's more of a Darwinist evolution of the game that happens without most people noticing? I'm sorry.
It's a great question.
Why did
and you know what also Martin does by reading these is now he ices those questions so I can no longer use them for later dates. Makes my life harder.
They're evergreen.
All right. Well, I'm keeping them in there. So
When it comes to
Darwinist
sport
evolution.
changing styles, is
You're
it a
getting support
eureka?
from Marcia's burner. Hey, Jackson, good for you for putting pucks on net. How about that?
I'm not just putting pucks on net. I'm putting them in the upper 90s, baby, where Mama hides the peanut butter.
The upper 90s, baby, where Mama hides the peanut butter.
I thought you had the cookies.
What is a eureka fashion?
Like huzzah,
for changing
like
a sports
eureka,
team.
like
Do you get your answer
eureka,
yet?
like eureka, huzzah! I figured out the answer.
Okay, stop it.
I'm not talking about. Yeah, I'm not talking about Six Flags.
Chapter 4. How big of a factor do you think ego truly plays in sports?
Icing my questions.
Do you think the impact of ego is more felt from a coaching front office side of sports or from the athlete side?
This is what Stiefel wanted. They wanted creativity and good
That's
stuff
right.
in the dossier. So I'm just going to keep doing it.
This is a binder, my man.
The tap has been turned back on.
Stick to films, Dawson's Creek. That's from Little Judy Suckins.
I like the brutalist.
I thought I skipped these boring-ass philosophy classes in college. These questions are mental terrorism. That's from the battery-operated boyfriend.
Now, when you say Darwinist evolution, couldn't you just say evolution? Isn't that like one and the same?
Yeah, but that's just, theater of the mind.
Like a savagery to it, almost.
Yeah,
right?
like Galapagos.
What?
The Galapagos Islands. We are late for a break, I have to say. I do. Well, we're getting
Ladies
up against
and gentlemen,
it.
we got a break. We got a little pick behind the curtains there at the Stiefel dossier. Some wonderful questions, like thought-provoking questions in the dossier. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Curt sliding in for Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, coming your way in about a half hour. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Here's a question. This is from Martin's Dangly Bits. Doug, you taking questions?
Well, a brief one maybe.
Here's a question. How desperate do you have to be, like the self-made Ledoux beard, in pretending to be a woman to gain a victory? Saying that she is a dude is a less shocking fact, knowing that Jackson sleeps face down.
What?
Then the old blind guy begs and wins Lister of the Month. Truth in broadcasting my ass.
Oh.
That's from Martin's Dangly Bits, and he is not happy with the winners of the awards.
A lot of things.
Sounds like someone who would try to be Listener of the Month and didn't win.
Wow. Is that what it was?
Sour grapes.
He applied. And we appreciate the application.
Martin's Dangly Bits did apply, but did not win.
He did not win. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He didn't win Listener of the Month. I'm not saying he won't win in the future. But that seems like sour grapes, to be honest with you.
Why wouldn't Pestis get it? He called multiple times. He had
Multiple
great
times.
takes. We enjoyed him.
Yeah. He said one of your listeners offered me his wife, and I thought right there he won in my book.
In fairness, we do have listeners offering us their wives often.
It's true. It's true.
That's kind of the show's signature, I think.
Yeah.
I believe so.
It's what got us where we are in the BSM rankings.
Yeah, and that's huge.
That's four?
For number four.
Number four, that's right.
Vince Coleperson just texted in. He had to change his name a few years ago. Was my favorite Cardinal in 1985. But now known as Vince Coleperson just texted in. I love Jackson's questions.
Thank you, Vince. And I love your base running ability.
Did you?
I wasn't enough of it.
Wasn't really alive.
I wonder if we'll ever see a player like that again. Stealing 100 bases.
Oh, 100?
What did De La Cruz get last year? That's crowds. I'm ridiculous.
That was a major crowd source.
Yeah, especially you have
I want to say it was like
computers in front of
60 or 70.
you. Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll ever see hundreds ever again.
Is he the number one pick in fantasy baseball, or is it Ohtani all day?
Whatever I think is right is obviously wrong.
Yeah,
so
Jackson's team struggles. Miracle on Ice was the name of the team last year because Jackson said on Balloon Party, Doug, that he would rather go to the NBA All-Star Game in 2024 than if he was given the option to be at Lake Placid in 1980 for the United States versus the Soviet Union. And all hell broke loose on the 101 ESPN text inbox.
The All-Star Game is just a meaningless three-point bomb show.
I get to see all my favorite players in one place.
He said sheepishly.
But it's true. And I stand by that take.
But they don't even play.
Some people like things. Some people don't like other things.
It's like a practice. It's like a loose scrimmage in practice.
That's what I want to see. I want to see guys like hanging out, talking crap, just hanging out. That sounds awesome.
Over the greatest upset in sports history involving your country.
Well, that part right there was debatable. Greatest upset.
Because you are a Soviet.
Your country?
No, I'm not a sleeper cell. But some people would say there's bigger upsets in sports history. Either way,
what would it be?
It's not unpatriotic because I don't want to see that.
Over an NBA All-Star game?
Correct. A sport that was started in America, by the way. Basketball, of course.
I think, Doug, taking a little shot at the game of hockey. That's what I took that as. I'm just telling you what I took it as.
Where more Americans play in the NBA than they do in the NHL.
Take that, Doug.
I mean, these facts are against the narrative, but it's
these were
true.
College kids taking on
Mike Ruzioni, brother.
I know, and I respect them. Taps off. But
OC, Jack O'Callaghan.
But I would rather watch any basketball game than a hockey game.
Oh, and there's Jimmy Craig looking for his father in the crowd.
Group of college kids beat the Russian All-Stars. You know how many great Russian players there are in the NHL right now? Put them all on one team. That's who they were up against.
I know. I get it. Trust me. I'm not. It's not a shot at the Miracle on Ice.
It sure feels like it.
I just like basketball.
Sorry, Herb Brooks.
I love basketball.
Rest in peace.
See, this is what it is. People stepping on people's passions. That's what I'm against. I'm against stepping on people's passions.
Okay.
Take. And when Doug hears takes, he puts on mittens. And those mittens are brought to you by EDF. Did you know fire codes Require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? Well, if you own a business, you better know that. It's not just about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Coming your way at 10:50. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose last night, off tonight. Back in action tomorrow night as they take on the Panthers. Pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this program's called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. You can get involved on the program and really get to know some people. You ever go on YouTube chats, Doug, while watching podcasts and talk it over with guys?
Never have, not once. Probably should. Haven't done it yet. I'll look into it, that's for sure.
Don't sound like
this is listen to. You want me to listen to a podcast and go onto YouTube and chat with other gentlemen?
I mean, I didn't. I mean, in our case, on our show, yes. But in general, I would imagine some shows have lady listeners. We have the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Couple three. We got Sharon and Clayton. We've got Caller Ellen.
Janet doesn't like when you start bringing up guys' butts, but otherwise she enjoys the show.
Ballin' beer bitch.
Yeah, Lisa, she's a gem. She called in yesterday.
Maybe 5 or 6.
Yeah, see, things are happening. Jackson, what is this one for segment 10-2? And it doesn't involve Bianca Sensori. The 10 most shocking college sports transactions.
Oh, yeah. This was an article done by The Athletic. It's mostly like coaches leaving for different schools.
What do you think is the most shocking? We've had some coaches leave and then come back a few days later. I got 3 for you. Can you name who I'm thinking of?
What sport are we talking about?
College basketball. When you talk about the tour,
this is Calipari leaving Kentucky.
It's football and basketball.
Okay, so I would imagine maybe these are live. Calipari leaving for Arkansas, but he didn't go back to Kentucky. In the case of the 3 I'm thinking of, they actually were announced as leaving, and then they had second thoughts. I'm thinking of 3. Now, I have to say this. All of these are from a few years ago, or in one case, I think even a couple decades plus ago. Anybody, nurse? Anybody? Okay, fine.
I'm not.
Bobby Cremins?
Georgia Tech?
Yep. Left, and then's like, I can't leave, came back. Billy Donovan left Florida to go to the NBA, and then came back. Then eventually he would leave. And then, if I'm not mistaken, a guy who always kind of mentioned around here, and I guess that was probably a Missouri Valley thing, Dana Altman was mentioned. And he was leaving Creighton to go, I can't remember what school it would be, and I am
It was out west, wasn't it? Didn't he start at Kansas State?
And then he's Oregon, but I think that was one. I don't think that was the NBA though. And I don't know what it is about college basketball coaches, but those were 3 separate times where a coach announced. Now George O'Leary left Georgia Tech to go to Notre Dame, and he didn't get the job after the announcement, but that was because they discovered he had lied on his resume.
Right.
Brad Stevens leaving for the NBA was another one that was a shocker. We left.
And then he went back?
No, he never went back.
Oh, well, that's a separate conversation.
Didn't Pitino do that?
Did he go back?
Yeah, eventually, yeah.
But I'm talking about like in a matter of 24 hours. You see what I'm saying?
Right, okay.
Maybe I didn't communicate it well, or maybe you guys don't know your ass from a hole in the ground.
Oh, a little both.
So frustrated with the stuff out here. I just do. It's just
so you're asking about guys who said, yes, I'm leaving, but immediately said, or within a day or so said, oops, I'm not.
That's right.
Okay.
Billy Donovan, Dana Altman, Bobby Cremins. But Jackson, on the list of the most shocking college transactions, this is football and basketball. What do you think it is, Doug? You've had a great day on these guessing games.
The most shocking of all time.
Number 1 is pretty recent.
Belichick.
All these lists are always done by somebody who's fresh out of journalism school.
Doug did it again.
Did it again.
Belichick. Taking the job in the
You remember where you were when you found out he was going to North Carolina?
No.
Number 2 is Bill Frieder leaving Michigan for Arizona State in 1989.
Really?
Number 3 is Brett Bielema leaving Wisconsin for Arkansas in 2012.
The most shocking coaching changes of all time?
Yeah. Brian Kelly leaving Notre Dame for LSU.
Doug's going to sanitize himself with this list.
Did Saban leave LSU and go straight to Bama?
I would think that Saban leaving LSU to go to Miami would be one. If they're counting, that to me is bigger than any of these.
They actually have Saban leaving the Dolphins for Bama in 07.
Okay.
That's the shocking one. Lincoln Riley leaving for Oklahoma.
Saban just did a podcast with Ryan Clark, who wasn't wearing his brooch, and said the biggest mistake of his career was leaving LSU to go to Miami.
I would like a TMA brooch, please.
It's not a bad idea.
Do we have those?
I got this little hoodie here, TMASTLshop.com.
I like that.
What do you
yeah.
with this? That's my brooch.
I think we should have TMA brooches.
I don't think it's a bad idea at all.
That isn't a bad idea, actually, with a little rooster on it.
Mm-hmm. A rooster brooch.
I'm into it.
Let's get busy with that. We can charge people a lot.
Get busy, y'all. Busy, y'all. Busy, y'all. Is it the Pee Wee Shuffle? Can we have that coming back for the next segment? Pee Wee Shuffle, Pee Wee Herman Shuffle. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN. You deal with low energy, if you feel like you're tired all the time, you feel anxious, moody, irritable, there may be a reason for it, and it could be low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility, specifically, that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. They focus on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. The treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule, and most insurance is accepted at Mentality, making it an accessible option for you. I have been tested at Mentality. It was quick, fast, in a hurry, very friendly. I recommend getting tested at Mentality. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio. Doug, you wanted it? You got it. It's
Yeah.
Joe Skee-Low.
Okay. I like Pee Wee Herman.
Rest in peace, Paul Rubens.
Okay.
This is the jam, isn't it?
Well, it's not really.
Is
but-
he up?
Okay.
86?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Look it up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Then you got BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. We fell behind on commercial breaks. That's what we do. And that's Jackson's fault. And he has apologized, and he says he's going to try to do better tomorrow.
Yep. Just gotta keep grinding.
Well, you're growing. You're learning. You'll get there.
You're a young boy.
Getting stronger.
For me and Doug, it's over. It's over. You know?
My time is short.
Yeah, it's over. But for you, you're still a champion.
Yeah, I try. I try. But I just keep grinding. That's what we do. Just keep on grinding.
Well, you sound a little down now.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Not down. I'm up.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is TMA 101 ESPN. Let's start this new year by making sure your home's more comfortable, energy efficient, and draft free. If you've been feeling the chill in your home or seeing those energy bills climb higher than they really should be, it's probably your windows. Let Universal Windows Direct help you kick off this new year with a warmer, cozier home and incredible savings. Universal Windows Direct is offering an amazing deal right now. Buy 2 windows and you get 2 free. That's right. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit and 36 months of no interest financing. That's 3 years to pay for your windows without a single cent of interest. Plus, if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct and they will beat it. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. This is the Morning After. Shows presented by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan, alongside Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program, which you can watch at youtube.com/TMA STL. And you always go back and podcast, too. Jamie Rivers and Josh Schertz with us on the program earlier. Podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gossrow. Doug, you've used this company a couple of times now, haven't you?
Oh, I have. Sure, they've been out. Yeah, they do great work.
He's a really good guy, loyal listener to the program, loyal advertiser. And we ask if you're a fan of the show to support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. And Jason Gossrow and Schaefer Door Company sponsor the podcast here on TMA. They're online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. And they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Design Air, heating and cooling. Email today. Coming up next, this is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues lose last night, off today, back in action tomorrow, taking on the Panthers. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See the Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN, and it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You know, Doug, we're early on in the round, but it's fun to see Buck Swope and JV golf coach at the top of the leaderboard.
Good times, yeah.
Buck Swope is in the filtered file. Chairman Kurt, I noticed you got JV golf coach on the outside looking into the filtered file.
He sent it in too late.
Wow, this chairman. All right. Quit poking my hole, shouted Doug as he limped out of the loo at the Wally's in Ladue.
We didn't have time for the JV coach for this email?
You hear that rhyme, though?
You want a filter, Doug?
Maybe I should.
Like 2 emails a day.
See if you can open it.
It was just another Wednesday morning after our Orange Theory class, and we decided that boy jerky would be our choice protein for the day. Give me that dry salted meat. Everybody knows that salted meats and Arnold Palmer's are the way to enhance muscle growth after a vigorous morning of cardio and are matching his and hers tartan cummerbunds. All right, Toots, off to Channel 4, he shouted off. Oh, the despair.
I don't have to go to Channel 4 anymore.
These handsome blokes of big news keep getting the best of me and leaving me wanting more. How shall I recover? Any other men of radio care to make whoopee in my manner? Still bad, still testing with sadness. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue
Not
mom.
good.
January 2025. Email the month winner, Ladue, Missouri, 63124.
Self-made, stay-at-home Ladue mom. Not good today.
This morning I heard Ladue boys say, quote, eureka moment and huzzah. Nobody knows what you're talking about, you uppity jackwagon. Use Midwestern terminology so our simple brains can understand more better. You like that, Doug? More better?
I didn't care for it a lot.
A, try to write some questions that are less than 14 sentences, and B, ditch the $10 words and start using these working man phrases instead. First of all, score the basketball. This phrase lets people know, quote, I may have been a bench warmer in high school, but now I average 6 points per game in my church league, and I have no idea what's in the Listener of the Month prize pack. Up next, golf shot. Nothing says my family completely lost respect for me years ago quite like a grown man who wedges this little nugget into a conversation. Let me use it in a sentence. Wow, Todd, what a golf shot.
Yeah.
Maybe your wife wouldn't have run off with her personal trainer if she'd seen you hit a few more drives like that. And finally, try this one on for size. These guys need to start playing a 200-foot game. This phrase is the only way to convey I'm filled with unchecked rage because my sister married a hipster craft beer guy, and I hate the fact that my nephew has a ponytail. Wow.
Oddly specific.
Yeah, projecting maybe.
So the JV golf coach.
Very nice. JV golf coach.
Let's see what I got. Hey, boys, decided to throw my hat into the ring finally for the email of the day. We got a new listener in the email of the day. Welcome, friends. Good. Design Air makes it possible. Whilst vacationing south of the border and avoiding the political hellscape known as the United States of asshats. Missed some portions today because I was too busy imagining what a human centipede featuring Jackson as the conductor, Chairman Kurt as the passenger car, and Doug as the caboose would look like. I've determined it would look like a colossal log that I left for housekeeping to gawk at and question their own existence like I did while the steamy demon was leaving my body.
Okay.
Mom's Deli's closing, thank God. Get it out of here. Throw that poor excuse of a sandwich maker in the river to Pear and let it wash away. Let the blind sheeples who guzzle that grotesque Thousand Island jalopy sauce float away with it. Since it's my last full day in Mexico, I've decided to make you all feel the heartache of disappointment that I'm experiencing today by giving you the email of the day with this tone. Your friendly neighborhood stag drinker.
Your friendly neighborhood stag drinker.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Billikens went up to UMass and took down Lou Rowe and Marcus Camby with a wild 7-0 run in the final 37 seconds. The St. Louis Board of Aldermen still can't agree how to spend Rams money, as Aldermanic President Megan Green has never seen a poker hand she couldn't overplay. Mizzou hoops head into Knoxville tonight to face the 4th-ranked Vols, but Libby Jack has a loser's mentality and won't be upset if they lose, perhaps because he'll be dreaming of another boys' trip to the taint of Tennessee, halfway between Nashville and Knoxville, to play the worst golf course he's ever seen. But I think the lead is that a gentleman texting into a radio show is upset with Libby Jack because he's being wrongly identified as a double entendre, alluding to butt play with a strap on instead of being properly identified as a horny Wookiee who last year attempted to catfish a geriatric pervert. Congratulations to Pestis from Festus on being named the Listener of the Month, while 2-time Texture of the Year Arbor Day's observation that the award has become the Nobel Prize for guys whose wives want to talk to someone else is fair. I think Pestis is a worthy choice, especially compared to some of the previous winners like TMA Kiss Ass #1 or the Ice House Beer Pounding Hoosier behind the Balloon Party fan page. I love how Libby Jack assured us there is a prize pack without knowing what's in the prize pack, like he was Dan Marshall explaining the giving back to the community charity show. I suggest tossing in some gently used gift cards along with some tickets to events that have already happened. The old blind man won't know the difference. P.S. I'll address Libby Jack wanting to see Doug naked in tomorrow's email. That's from Buck Soap. But that's what we have for the Design Air Eating Cooling email. What you got?
I think JV Golf Coach nailed it today. I'm going to vote for him.
Chairman.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Jackson.
JV Golf Coach.
JV Golf Coach is the one. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We got to go. Bye.